Companies are using all kinds of sophisticated technologies to secure critical business assets. But we've found the most important element in any cybersecurity program is singular. It's trust. Without trust, between the C-suite and IT, common cybersecurity myths become misconceptions, and misconceptions expose companies to risk. Let's separate the 4 core myths from the facts. Myth number 1. All assets in the organisation must be protected the same way. The fact is that a strong cybersecurity strategy prioritises assets and then determines the strength of protection required at each level. High-value assets receive high-level security. Myth number 2. The more we spend, the more secure we will be. In fact, there's no direct correlation between spending on cybersecurity and digital resilience. Instead of simply throwing money at the problem, business and IT leaders must reach agreement on the costs and impact of the cybersecurity program, then develop a clear and consistent strategy for funding. Myth number 3. External hackers pose the biggest threat. Actually, 45% of data breaches come from insiders because employees are the first line of defence. They must be trained to say something if they see something suspicious. Myth number 4. The more advanced our technology, the more secure we are. In reality, more than 60% of cyber attacks use simple tactics such as phishing emails. Yes, companies must explore advanced technologies, but if they don't understand or manage them properly, they create inefficiencies and increase exposure to threats. Make no mistake, the time to address cybersecurity is now. Those that rise to the challenge will strengthen the bonds of trust between the C-suite and IT. This trust will in turn underwrite the resilience companies need to withstand cyber threats, both now and into the future.
Our goal is actually to provide that integration. So we've been in the business for 25 years, right? We come out of the OT environment. We're all ICS engineers. We've been doing this for a long time. So we know the threats that traditional IT tools can pose in a control system environment. We've built Verve specifically to try and bring this IT-OT convergence. So instead of trying to create all of our own tools, we've taken IT tools that are used in the CISO kind of toolkit, and we've customized them and tuned them so they're safe to operate in an OT environment. So as an example, we've taken a whitelisting product from Bit9, but we've tuned it because we've had 25 years of this. We know what applications need to run on these OEM systems, so we can actually deploy an IT whitelisting in that setting.
Does the problem of protecting industrial sites keep you up at night? Enterprise-wide and cloud-based access to industrial data is essential to business operations. Connecting these networks lets data move, but every way that lets legitimate users into an industrial network to access industrial data also lets attacks in. Waterfall unidirectional gateways let real-time information flow only out of an industrial network. Nothing can get back in. The gateway's fiber optic hardware is physically able to send only one way. Waterfall's unidirectional hardware keeps the industrial perimeter 100% protected from remote cyber attacks. Unidirectional gateway software makes copies of servers and emulates devices from industrial networks to IT networks. IT and cloud systems use the copies the same way they would have used the industrial systems. No attack can get back through the gateway to put a control system at risk. 100% OT security, 100% visibility. And Waterfall's gateways support hundreds of industrial databases, applications, protocols, and devices. Waterfall's unidirectional security gateways enable safe IT-OT integration. Be part of the future of control system cybersecurity. Go unidirectional.
Protecting ICS and SCADA environments requires a robust end-to-end security solution. Fortinet understands the needs of this evolving architecture and delivers comprehensive security for every zone within an ICS and SCADA framework. Security for the industrial zone or production floor requires protection of digital control elements, surveillance cameras, and IoT devices. The Site Operations Zone enables centralized control and monitoring of all systems in a facility. This is where OT and IT systems share data. FortiGate appliances provide top-rated threat protection and segmentation for enhanced visibility and control. The Industrial Demilitarized Zone allows the organization to securely connect networks with different security requirements. Fortinet offerings for this zone help verify who and what is on the network and allow user access, find unknown threats and deception, implement logical business segmentation using gates and switches, gain centralized management, address known threats with analytics-powered reporting, and become situationally aware of what happens in OT and IT environments. Protecting the enterprise zone requires security for multiple locations that manage supply chain management. Fortinet's solution protects from email-based advanced threats, secures business-critical web applications, optimizes applications, and is backed with industry-leading FortiGate. The Internet WAN zone delivers access to cloud-based services as well as to remote employees and third parties. Fortinet delivers two-factor authentication to keep data private and strengthens endpoint visibility with VPN tunnels to mitigate risk. Fortinet extends its security solutions to multi-cloud environments, providing security for applications in public clouds, including AWS, Google Cloud, and Microsoft Azure. Together, Fortinet solutions work together to meet the demands of ICS and SCADA systems. Learn more about ICS and SCADA security today. Fortinet.com/OT.
The Industry 4.0 digital revolution has changed industrial control systems forever. Modernization and connectivity, with the fast improving science of automation, have become essential to production and workflow efficiency. However, these same improvements in automation and the internet also create new, fast-changing cyber threats. If every piece of complex equipment on your network is connected, they can be completely annihilated by a hacker attack. Traditional machines must be separated from each other to guard against infection and many other cyber threats. TX1 Adaptive Cybersecurity for ICS Shop Floor Protection was designed with this in mind, providing three crucial advantages. First, network segmentation arranges your assets into isolated groups based on their purpose, sharply limiting options for attack. Second, virtual patching can block loopholes and shield vulnerabilities of legacy or unpatchable systems, protecting your sensitive critical assets. Third, trust listing allows you to specify what can happen in your ICS protocols instead of what can't, creating superior supervision and control. TX1 offers complete solutions from network to endpoint. For networks, Edgefire and Edge IPS create a perimeter defense and implement segmentation. In addition, through virtual patching, different communications protocols can be adjusted in fine detail, including management by trust list. For endpoints, we provide Trend Micro Portable Security, which requires no installation, and SafeLock, which requires no updates. Both can be rapidly deployed with minimal interference. They even include Trust List self-defense technology to safeguard your endpoints. Even better, all cybersecurity information can be reported to the central console, creating convenience and flexibility for your cybersecurity. Right now, TX1 is in the process of integrating AI. Through self-learning, systems will be able to create superior self-defense and provide resolutions adapted to each situation. Choose us. We provide you with the perfect solution. Adaptive cybersecurity for ICS shop floor protection. In the era of digital transformation, digital cybersecurity must also transform.
Good morning. I'm James Nesbitt, the director and founder of the Cyber Senate, and a warm welcome to the Control Systems Cybersecurity USA virtual conference. We had hoped to be in Florida again. Of course, we're online instead, as the rest of the world is also. We will be back in Florida, so you know, September 22nd through the 24th. And that's Mystic Dunes Resort. It's a golf resort. We're going to have a golf day, and then we're going to have a 2-day conference after that, golf and training. So that's going to be quite enjoyable. And I think by that time, we're all going to be ready to head out to Florida and enjoy some of the sun and network with our colleagues. So welcome, warm welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking the time out of your schedule to join us here on our 7th annual event. It's virtual. However, the physical one will also be our 7th annual. So not to get confused, but we want to thank everybody for joining us. We are very excited about today's and tomorrow's show. Yesterday, we had some pre-conference workshops for those of you who attended that from Eamon Alissa, sponsored by McKinsey & Company, gave us a great workshop. Michael Furstenberg from Waterfall Security Solutions, fantastic workshop also. So a whole day of just knowledge and a lot to soak up. And we are going to kick off the next 2 days with more information sharing opportunities. I would like to thank all of our sponsors for supporting this event, including Fortinet, Industrial Defender, Trend Micro, Omicron, Red Balloon Security, Waterfall Security Solutions, Verve Industrial Protection, McKinsey & Company, and of course, we thank all of our speakers. Without sponsorship support and our speakers willing to give up their time and our attendees supporting us, we wouldn't be able to do this. So thank you very much. We have quite a bit going on over the next 2 days. Today, we have some fantastic presentations. We have attendees at this conference that come from all different sectors. So we have manufacturing and factories that have registered to join us over the next few days. We have aviation here. We have rail operators. We have smart grids. We have utilities. We have a lot of water companies that have come and join us, and we're glad to see them come. We have nuclear operators that have joined the event. And of course, we have a lot of subject matter experts and vendors and government authorities as well. And it's not just a U.S. event. This has turned out to be quite a global affair with over 222 registrations from 30 different countries. So thanks for joining us. The great thing about virtual shows is, of course, that more people can come and from all different countries. So we're quite pleased about that. So you're on the Hopin platform right now. Over to the left, you will see a stage. That's where I'm presenting from at the moment. And then you will see an area called Sessions. The Sessions is where we hold roundtables, and we'll also hold Q&A after presentations. I would very much like to ask that all of you get as involved in this event as you possibly can. You can ask questions in the chat mechanism to your right throughout the show. Please do. You can also connect with all of your colleagues by searching through the directory, looking for the names of their company. We'll share a list of who's here shortly in the chat as well. So make sure that you use those video chats and those one-to-one business meeting opportunities to catch up until we can get back together again live. That's one of the best ways we can make use of this type of technology. Back to the sessions element, that's where roundtables and panel sessions will take place. Very much like Zoom, come on board, share your camera, share your audio, and jump on the screen with some of our thought leaders, because it just makes everything a lot more interactive, and we want to see your face. That's what makes these things almost real, right? So don't be afraid. Don't sit behind the chat. You know, if you have a burning desire, you have some questions, get involved. Please. I have also ensured that much of yesterday was recorded. So we do have yesterday's workshops recorded. We will be sharing PDFs today also of presentations, so that a lot of those presentations will be available for you today, of course, and tomorrow will be recorded also. Quite a few interesting topics that we're going to be talking about over the next 2 days. product development cybersecurity, supply chain cybersecurity, risk management, IoT law. Oh my, what else are we? Threat hunting. The list goes on. So we're really looking at as many key topics that are affecting the sector right now as possible. OT, endpoint protection, embedded device cybersecurity, a lot of these culture perception, workforce training, all of these key topics. And, a lot of them keep cropping up year on year. And so, we're really happy to have a lot of return delegates from many of our events over the years. And a lot of our other sectors are starting to show up to this event as well. Like our rail cybersecurity attendees are starting to gravitate towards this mature sector that's usually involved in the ICS and control system shows we run. So I'm obviously waffling on here a bit, as they say here in Britain, and I am broadcasting from the United Kingdom. I do have a bit of a 5-hour jump on most of you, but there are people online who are even further ahead. I think one of our speakers is even in Australia. So I just want to thank all of you again, all of our speakers, all of our sponsors. That's Fortinet, Trend Micro, Industrial Defender, Red Balloon Security, Waterfall Security Solutions, Verve Industrial Protection, Omicron, and McKinsey and Company. Some of these companies we've been working with for 5, 6, 7 years. Some of them I knew in my past employment. I just want to thank everybody for supporting the Cyber Senate. We're moving along quite aggressively, and we hope to launch some new platforms here shortly that you can all engage with as well. So without further ado, I would like to also announce that I'm going to be getting some help today in emceeing and introducing and keeping this show running smoothly. And a colleague of ours, Ahmad Pari, is going to be joining us. So if you would like to go ahead and make it to the stage here. Hi, Ahmad.
Hi, James. Hey.
So this is Ahmad, and Ahmad's going to be helping me throughout the 2 days. He's going to help us with one of the round tables. He's also going to introduce a lot of our speakers and keep some of the slides going. And I have a history of doing everything myself, and I'm trying to wean myself out of that bad behavior. I was lucky to come across Ahmad. So Ahmad, he has a very diverse background. Ahmad is a frequent public speaker, moderator, and is an MC in technology and startup events and topics such as innovation, insurtech, fintech, AI, blockchain, and more. He has a BA in computer engineering, Microsoft certified IT professional, ISO IEC 27001, information security management system, master in behavioral science, PhD in socioeconomics, and he's also the country manager of 33 Swiss companies specialized in digital product development and a director at Startup Grind, the biggest community of entrepreneurs globally. So Ahmad's got plenty of experience, and I'm sure he can handle just about anything we throw at him. And I was fortunate enough to run into somebody that could work with us that also has an interest in cybersecurity and some education in this particular sector. So welcome, Ahmad.
Thank you, James. Thank you for a very interesting and quite detailed introduction. And like everybody else, hopefully I'm also here, first of all, just to learn a little bit more about the topic. And looking at the type of speakers and the quality of the agenda, I'm super excited just to spend the whole day with all the other participants and other speakers. And right now, I would just say that I would like to welcome everybody, first of all. And on the other hand, as James also mentioned, I really look forward to hearing everything, but at the same time, seeing your questions. If there are any debates, if there are any points that needs to be more emphasized, I'm sure that you can see on the chat part, or if you want to raise your question during the Q&A part. First of all, I'm more than happy to facilitate that. I just remembered that all of the speakers are going to give you a separate part for the Q&A. So just try to make sure that you have your questions somewhere. And at the same time, anytime there is any involvement needed, just feel free to, be a part of it. I know that this is virtual. I know that this is not as good as, like seeing each other face to face and just, like rub your shoulder. But let's just make the best out of the experiences that we can have virtually, and at the same time try to have one person in Europe, the other in United States, the other in Australia. Try to just see it in a way that we try to learn and make the best out of our day. And like James mentioned, most of the topics that we needed to discuss. And if in the meanwhile there is anything that needs more explanation, hopefully I will just pop out of one corner, and our very good AV team is going to make sure that like everything is going to go very smoothly, and we're just going to make sure that you guys are going to have a great day. So if James, you also want to add something else? Otherwise, I will just try to.
There we go. Great. Now I can tell. I think I'm live. Super. Do I have anything to add? Basically, what I would add from here is just make sure that you engage folks. If you have any questions about how the platform works, by all means, just shout out. There's some great people associated with this show that are helping me and my team with the software. They're from the group Wolves Digital. And you'll notice, I think maybe Anna, maybe Sean, a few others that are going to be here to help. So if you need help with the platform from a technology perspective, put it in the chat. Somebody will come back to you. There is the face-to-face business meeting scheduling opportunity. You can literally contact your peers also and send them a request for a video chat. And if they accept that, you can literally start a video chat off to the side while the conference is going on. It has a lot of neat functionality. So what I would just say is, don't treat it like a webinar. This is an interactive opportunity for us. And the software landscape for digital events right now is really is in high demand, and it's a really interesting landscape for us conference organizers to navigate and learn. And I just hope that you can all take advantage of it. We put a lot of hard work and time into it. So please engage. If you have questions, shoot them out there for us.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, looking at the lineup, I'm sure that you guys did a really great job, and I'm sure that by the end of the day, everybody just see it in action.
Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. There's some great people involved in this show. Some of them you've seen before, audience, and some of them you've not seen them before at the Cyber Senate show. So we're really looking forward to some new discussions on everything from supply chain to IoT to IIoT and beyond endpoint. And there's a lot of things to talk about. So I look forward to taking part in this myself.
Yeah, perfect. So I think that would be the right time to go to our main part, and then try to start with announcing the speakers. And yes, great. So now that let's just say that we get out of the welcoming part, I think now is the time to basically look at the security from many perspectives. But this is not exactly what I'm going to talk. But for the next 40 minutes, we're going to have Andrew Kling, the industrial automation from Schneider Electric, and Megan Stamford, energy management at Schneider Electric. So two great experts are going to talk about looking at the security from many perspectives. And we have 40 minutes, and please give a warm welcome to Andrew and Megan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good day. My name is Andy Kling. My colleague Megan Sanford's here with us today. We're going to talk to you a little bit about looking at security risk management from a different perspective, trying to take on a different view of how we should think about risk and managing risks in our organization. As I said, my name is Andrew Kling. I'm the Vice President of Cybersecurity and the Product Security Officer here at Schneider Electric. I've been in the industry, I did a count the other day. It's coming up on 20 odd years now, a little over 20. Just went through a retirement party yesterday with a lot of people that worked for me for many years, some of them 40 plus years. So this is an industry that keeps people for a very long time. So I got some good experience to talk about, and I'm going to hand it over to Megan here to introduce yourself and take it from there. Megan.
Great. Thanks so much, Andy, and very happy to be here with you all today. As Andy mentioned, I'm Megan Sanford. I'm the Vice President, Chief Product Security Officer covering the energy management side of the house for Schneider Electric. So Andy covers industrial automation, I cover energy management, and Klaus Yackel is our Chief Product Security Officer, which he covers the entire company kind of in an umbrella governance scope. Prior to joining Schneider Electric, I led product safety and security programs for both General Electric as well as Rockwell Automation. And before that, I was actually in the government. I expected to stay in the government. My master's degree is in public administration, so I tend to be kind of a Homeland Security policy wonk. That's really what interests me. And I ran critical infrastructure protection for two Virginia governors, both Governor Tim Kaine as well as Governor Bob McDonnell. I'm also the current chair of the Department of Homeland Security Control Systems Working Group, Incident Management Working Group. I'm the current RSA program chair for the Secure All the Things track, as RSA is diving more and more into our space with industrial control system security. And I'm the founder of a public-private partnership effort known as ICS for ICS, which stands for Using Incident Command System for Use in Industrial Control Systems Response. So what Andy and I hope to bring to the discussion today is a combined perspective, of course, from the ICS vendor perspective, for how risk and risk management can be taken into account from a holistic wing, from the way that we make and secure products all the way through the end user. So we're bringing both the energy and the automation perspective from Schneider Electric, all the way from endpoint to cloud, or edge to cloud, as this is often referred to, how we design and build products, as well as the trade-offs that come into play with our customers as they're operating and maintaining these products. And then finally, with integration with others and partnerships as well. So what do we want to talk to you all about today? Risk analysis and risk management. So at any given ICS security conference, you hear at least 13 different definitions of risk, what risk analysis is, what it isn't, what risk management is. But for purposes of this discussion, we're going to define risk as uncertainty of damage. And so for those of you all that happen to be at S4 2019 open mic session, Dr. Kenneth Crowther, who is a very dear friend and longtime colleague of mine, he got up, he had the courage to get up and walk through proper risk analysis and what it could mean for our industry. And he identified some areas where we are still very challenged. And he left the audience with really 4 very practical tips that I'm going to walk through with you all again today on how to do good risk analysis. So the first one is identification of variables that need to go into the model. I see lots of blogs in the space that overemphasize vulnerabilities. I see other blogs that overemphasize security features and products. I see some that overemphasize people or process. In other words, there are tons of variables in the space, and at any given time, maybe there is too much focus or not enough focus on all the variables that could be included in our holistic risk models. That includes the perspective from both ICS vendors to owners and operators to government to all parties that are really involved in this ecosystem. The second is quantitative measurement of systems. So this involves having a quotable real world model that can be defended, that is looking at quantitative versus subjective or qualitative measurements. The next item is open world models. This basically means in an open world model that we cannot pretend to know all of the impact and consequences that can occur within a system of systems approach. So therefore, if we can't calculate and identify all the possible consequences and things that could happen, we have to have open world models, which takes that into account and makes information more transparent and free for different users within the ecosystem to understand their risk and then take appropriate action for the role that they play. And finally, calibration. Calibration is basically the right sizing of the risk equation, meaning that you're not again, under focusing or over focusing in any one key area, that the efforts that are being taken into account have a strong return on the investment. Okay, so identification of variables. From the vendor perspective, we really view this in terms of inherent risk versus residual risk. When we create products, we build them with security features in mind. And we control that space up until basically we ship the product. We run our products through secure development lifecycle that's certified. We insert security features into the products. There's a really great Microsoft paper that very neatly defines kind of 7 key functions that are present in all products that are considered to be secure. And then we issue secure deployment guidance. And those are really examples of key areas where we control that inherent risk to that product or that system. The residual risk comes into play once that product ships and it lives in customer environments for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And that's the risk that we have less control over. So again, when you talk about identification of variables, we're talking about vulnerabilities that could be identified in the product later. We're talking about the security features that we hope are enough to allow that product to be resilient in the customer environment through its duration, all the way to the time that it's disposed of. And we also take into account, and you see kind of likelihood all over the place in risk analysis equations, but likelihood is something that we haven't been very good at calculating. And so you often see people ignore away likelihood when they're talking in the context of vulnerabilities. They'll say, this vulnerability is very severe and the following impacts can occur if it's exploited. However, people get very uncomfortable when you talk about the likelihood of the vulnerability being exploited. And so that's an area that you're seeing increased interest come about within different practitioners in the field. But in a nutshell, cyber problems are very complex. They require tons of decomposing. Critical risk analysis is built on quotable real-world models that include a multitude of variables that can go into the equation. Pretending that we can know all the consequences, control for them, and provide measures for uncertainty characterization. So uncertainty characterization is something that I don't hear a lot of people talking about, but in proper risk analysis, it is always defined. And so likelihood could be an area of uncertainty characterization. When you have products with very large install bases, that uncertainty characterization increases because you have a much larger attack surface. Whereas if you sold 50 products to 50 customers, you would have a much smaller degree of uncertainty characterization when it comes to analyzing risk in its totality. So quantitative measurement systems. Risk is built on measurements of control that are non-subjective, measurable, repeatable, and I really highlighted verifiable here. So this comes down to what can you control for versus what you cannot control for. And this is where really everyone has a role to play in risk management for industrial control systems, and everyone should know where their role is. And so I always counsel people that you want to pick a controls framework. and you want to prove that you're complying or in the least that you are aligned with the controls framework if it's not perfect for your world. And so for us, we definitely align to IEC 62443. It's very clean when it comes to security features required in 4-2 for product development, and 2-4 for deployment, and 3-3 for systems, and in 4-1 for the way that we make our product through secure development lifecycle. So all of those are elements that I can help control. And for the owner and operator, 62443 can also be applied to secure maintenance and secure operations as well. So given this whole discussion and concept of risk analysis and the variables and applying a controls framework, we're now going to apply those topics through the lens of traditional vulnerability identification. So if you're an ICS vendor, this is an area that by now you should feel very comfortable with, but vulnerabilities are reported to us on a weekly, monthly, daily basis throughout industry, from governments, from labs, from independent researchers. And this is information that we want. This is a process that most of us are very comfortable with, and we enjoy the interactions that we have with the research community, and we thank them for their contributions to making us all more secure. So again, through the lens of kind of the vulnerability, running the track of vulnerability management, what is the measurement of uncertainty? So when we examine the patch release cycle, for example, how can we control for this? How is residual risk from a vulnerability disclosure promulgated through the state machine, right? So when we take into account statistics that we know that the patch rate in ICS environments is very low, some estimates as low as 10% recorded by Tofino Security and upwards of 50% recorded by the University of Iowa, in terms of if you release a patch, if you're a vendor and you decide I'm going to release this patch, we can only count on less than 50% of our customers actually ever applying that patch. And even given that information, an extra layer of context is that 77% of the vulnerabilities and patches that are applied require some existing access within the environment for the adversary to even exploit the vulnerability. So when we contextualize risk and how effective patching can be, we have to take this data into account, understanding the install base, the ease of patching, right? How difficult or easy is it for the customer to apply this, public disclosure, and signatures. And this really this is open world models when you talk about disclosure and the vendor doing a public notification around event. This is known as an open world model. The way that we do vulnerability disclosures is an open world model, because remember, it takes into account that we cannot pretend to know everything. We cannot pretend to understand how risk is being managed in all customer environments. And so it's always the better bet to do a public disclosure to the customer so that they're able to better manage their risk. And when we talk about, again, measurements of uncertainty, right? This estimate here on the 10 to 50% of customers that may not be patching, that is a great example of the risk that may still be present in that state machine and understanding how it's promulgated. So calibration, less than 7% of ICS vulnerabilities rose to the severity of the patch now state in the now never next patch patch scale. And so Dragos had provided that statistic. And so we really have to ask, what is the return on the investment that we're making in terms of security? Does patching give us everything that we need? And that there's always lots of blogs, there's always lots of interest around vulnerabilities in industrial control systems and environments. And by no stretch of the imagination am I saying don't patch or the patch isn't worth it. I think that it absolutely needs to be examined on a case-by-case basis, but I think that we also need to be realistic in the calibration of our risk models, and that perhaps patching, if you look at the effort that is applied to it, both from the ICS vendor standpoint, as well as from the customer standpoint and the variables that they have to take into account, is it correctly calibrated? And so if we determine that the patching may not be correctly calibrated, what are other tactics that can be employed to provide a better return on the investment when it comes to a security standpoint? And so really, this is the segue for Andy's part of what he's going to speak with you all about today. But he's going to walk through, are there other tactics that can be employed when we look at risk analysis in its totality? And just a really quick reminder, I'm going to take you back to the four hints that I gave: identification of variables, quantitative measurement of systems using open world models, and finally, the model has to be calibrated. So Andy, I will leave you with that.
Thank you, Megan. That was a lot of good information already. I want to underscore before we really dive into this that, as an OEM, we're not saying we don't want to make patches anymore to our products, that there are other ways to manage risk. We're not saying that at all. In fact, we are constantly pressuring our organizations to produce patches at a faster rate so that we can manage these risks quicker. Patching is effective when you're able to apply those patches, but we recognize that it's not always possible to stop your plant, to stop your process, just because some vulnerability has been reported and a risk has been recognized. That there are reasons why you may decide to accept that risk and continue on with your production while you wait for a planned shutdown of your plant or some other more convenient point to apply patches. So we recognize that. What we want to offer, what we want to look at then is, back to that uncertainty discussion that Megan was talking about, where we talk about likelihood. Can we affect some of those variables? Can we take and apply a number of other techniques that can be used? Some of them are well known that I'll talk about here in a moment, and one or two are I don't want to say new or unique, but certainly emerging. So let's dive into this a little bit. We know that as an OEM, we have a responsibility. We know that asset owners, ultimately the ultimate user of these systems, have a responsibility to participate in this management of these risks that we're talking about, and that the integrators that sometimes sit between the OEM and the end user, they have to participate in this as well. That's something that we put a lot of emphasis on, and really try to make sure that we're not only talking to end users, but to those who talk to end users as well. We have cyber services teams who help us with some of these solutions, getting them out to the field, helping monitor systems, helping deploy cyber secure systems and put in place assessment programs so that we can identify risk and then build programs to manage those risks. We partner with cybersecurity tool suppliers, and you're going to see me mention this 2 or 3 or 4 times here in the coming slides here. We work, as Megan mentioned, the inbound rate of vulnerabilities. It's no surprise. We all know it's been on an uptick for some time now, and we work with these researchers as best we can. We have outreach programs to university research labs. We work with professional researchers in their labs. We are in the process of sharing equipment with some very close partners of ours. So cyber research, we feel, is an important part, especially as we look at how ICS products, how products in these industries actually get out to the field. That it's not like cell phones, which turn over very quickly. We recognize that products, sometimes controllers or IO modules or gateways, that when they're put in place in a plant, that they're going to have a life that's 10, 12, 20 years sometimes. And so we recognize that there's this long tail that's behind us, and some of those products may have been developed in a time when cybersecurity wasn't as important. Or certainly, we all recognize that cyber risk recognition, vulnerability recognition, is a constantly evolving space, and that those products that were designed previously need help. So we look to some of those drivers in our industries, like regulations, like laws. Insurance agencies are an emerging space where they're saying we recognize risks, and they're trying to take control of some of those variables, some of that uncertainty, and bring some order to that space. Whether it's through, say, the California law that came out a few years ago, or insurance agencies who have been writing cyber policies, waking up to their responsibilities to drive cyber controls, to drive certain expectations, so that policy payouts can happen. And if you don't meet these controls, those cyber risk policies can be called into question. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a timeline. We talked a little bit about preparation, knowing your assets, knowing your variables. Megan brought up the vulnerability identification and the point where that vulnerability has been identified and sometimes made public. I'm going to take you now into a topic around mitigations. Specifically, what we want to talk about is lowering risk. So remember those variables that you can control. If you can take a hold of some of those variables, some of those cyber controls you have in your environment, don't view them necessarily as static. Once you set up a firewall, it's not necessarily static. You can add new rules, you can modify rules, you can temporarily close particular functionality that a firewall may be allowing through until a risk is patched some months later. Then you could reopen it and regain that functionality that you had previously. There are many techniques that you could take on that will address some of these known attack vectors. Now, we're trying to make sure that we bring these quicker to our customers, which means that sometimes security notices may, in the future, be made without patches being released at the same moment. We recognize that there is a trade-off here, that there's a balance. As I said in the last line here, in fact, Megan's the one who pointed this out to me. We have to be very careful not to disclose mitigation saying, shut off this service or close this port for this, without accidentally raising the likelihood of this exploit happening, because now we're making it known to a broader audience. So we have to be very, very sensitive to how we take on and roll out some of these mitigations, but it's a way to take, and earlier in that timeline that I talked about here, earlier in that timeline, can we push backwards towards that point where the vulnerability notification, where that identification of that risk has happened, can we push back sooner the management of that risk, not necessarily to eliminate it permanently, but to lower that risk for a time period, controlling those variables that you can control, and then waiting until we get to the end, where the final patch, the final remediation comes. So mitigations is an important part of a strategy that we're trying to take on and ensure that we can attack these risks head on, without only waiting for patches. We'll talk a little bit about the defensive tools now that I mentioned. So I said, let's not think of our security controls as static. Let's think of them as more dynamic. We're very used to thinking of antivirus as dynamic. I mean, this thing, our antivirus tools, they're updating multiple times a day. Sometimes even within an hour, they may be updating multiple times, so that you can shut down viral attacks excuse me, very quickly. So as a vendor, can we say, we have a vulnerability notice, can we put a signature out on this? Can we share it through Security Onion or Yara? Can we create some of these rules that help publicly known vulnerability, even if that publicly known is a small space, maybe limited to research, or we have other threat intel that tells us it might be known elsewhere, but can we put those rules out there? We participated in the past with the Zero Day Initiative on their Pwn to Own project. In Pwn to Own, what they do is they run a competition to find vulnerabilities. They got a really cool one coming up where you can win a Tesla. they found vulnerabilities in our products. And what they did, this was a great idea, is they then take the knowledge of those vulnerabilities and they build that knowledge into their security tools. So their customers now have the advantage of, we know how to recognize this vulnerability and we know how to stop it or at least slow this type of vulnerability from being exploited on your system. That's a great idea. So can we take that concept and can we extend it to other security tool partners? Can we reach out and connect to other partners who build network anomaly detection, who build network intrusion detection, who build access controls, all these other security tool vendors out there. And we all know the list of the Fortinets and the Clarities and the Zomies out there. I don't mean to single out any one vendor. They're all good vendors. We partner with several of these vendors, and can we work with them to make them aware of some of the vulnerabilities that we're working on? Perhaps we have a 6-month cycle to build a new PLC image and get it safety certified or get it 62443 certified before we can put it out. Can we work with these vendors to make them aware of what we're struggling with, and they can build knowledge into their systems of these specific directed vulnerabilities that they can help us prevent? We think this is a great idea, and I have to say the vendor community really is stepping up to work with us on this. I don't mean to imply it's a new idea. I think it's an idea we need to latch on to more of. And as I said, we have to be careful. There is this caution about not everything should get signatures because of this accidental disclosure that we have to be conscious of. So we're taking this in a very careful, measured approach, but it is a way to shorten those risk cycles. I mentioned Security Onion. It's free. It's open source. And Yara, another rule-based approach. These are areas where I think we can, as the OEM community, we can do better at providing these signatures for, especially that 7% that Megan noted earlier about the now, next, never scale, something we quote frequently. And those nows, that's 7%. You want to be able to get some of these rules out very quickly. We've done this in the past. I think we should do more of it. Network anomaly detection. So I mentioned this. We're working with these. A good example of a network anomalies. Everybody remembers Urgent 11. Urgent 11 had one particular vulnerability in it that the exploit relied on fracturing an Ethernet packet. Well, this is something that can be detected on the wire and can be stopped before it ever reaches the end device that is trying to be exploited. So this is a way now to work with a partner to make them aware of a particular vulnerability, and they could stop it before it ever gets to the device. So the device itself doesn't have to be able to defend. It participates in this ecosphere of defensive layers and defensive tools and security controls that we think of not so much as static but as dynamic. This is something that we believe that by sharing and learning with these tool vendors, we can learn to implement these rules in a much faster fashion and help manage these risks without having to wait that full patch cycle to manage these risks. Again, we're not saying we can eliminate the risks. What we're saying is we can lower those risks to some level that's more tolerable. So I've already mentioned this slide. I won't go into it too much, but what I will mention out of here, in this partnership is the partnerships don't end with, hey, particular tool vendor, can you add awareness of this vulnerability into your product? It also is extending, and you'll see this in the near future, to the point of, are we able to bring ideas to these tool vendors? These are areas that are necessarily outside our core competency, but we do know OT, we do know our protocols, we do know these environments that our customers use these products in. Can we bring ideas like improvements to firewalls or deep packet inspection ideas? Can we help them become aware of the protocols we use, say for DPI, that makes it more effective? So this is something that we're taking on. I have to say, on this bottom line, there are lots of new ideas out there, and AI's kind of gotten a bad rap in the cybersecurity world. justifiably so, because it was probably oversold a lot too early. But there's solid technology in AI ML, and there are solid reasons why you might use it. And I'm not saying this just because I happen to have my master's degree in AI. Sorry about that. But because I do believe that there's something there, and we should learn to be judicious in its use and look at it with open eyes. But I think that there's something that we'll be paying attention to increasingly in the near future. Quantum encryption catches our eye quite a bit lately. This is something that, especially as you talk to the defense part of the world, and I say of the world, not just here in the U.S., but of the world, it garners a lot of attention right now. All of these are new technologies that are really pushing us in some of this area of the variables are changing, everybody, and you have to be aware of these technologies coming because they bring new variables, new attack surfaces, new vulnerabilities, along with all of these features that are very valuable to us. I needed to take a moment and really talk about something that I'm personally quite excited about. It's called Runtime Application Self-Protection, or RASP. It's an emerging collection of technologies. There are at least 4 players in this technological space. We have proof of concepts that are running and proof of concepts that have run. I note that I believe Red Balloon is a sponsor of this conference. They participate in these technologies. I didn't add this slide in because Red Balloon is here and a good colleague, friend of ours, is presenting that topic. But that's Dave Doggett. How you doing, Dave? But I really think that these are good ideas, and I think that the concept of taking a RASP technology and applying it to not just legacy but to also new technologies. RASP wraps the technology. It can rearrange the images so that the concept of remote code exploitation based on buffer overflows and some of these memory-based attacks, it makes it very, very difficult, orders of magnitude more difficult to take advantage of these types of exploits. If you can take and rearrange these images and change the way memory control works in a device or on a workstation in an application, whether it's Linux or Windows, if you can have those accesses to memory controlled, you now take off the you now take off the table a whole class of vulnerability. This is important because, for us, we have a lot of legacy products. We want to be able to say, how do we take and secure these legacy products, because they're not going to be replaced soon. We're not going to see things like Modbus disappear overnight. So we're going to have Modbus devices for a while. So how do we actually secure these things? How do we actually bring some technology to them that will allow us to, as I said, take this class of vulnerability off the table? I think that this is an important technology, and I think that we're going to see lots of positive things come out of this. So pay attention to this space. Upgrades. You can't argue with one technique for managing vulnerability, taking control of those variables, reducing or understanding that likelihood and being able to reduce it is to be thinking about the entire life cycle of your product from the moment you start using that product. From the moment you use it all the way, think about, okay, this will have a 10-year life. As we get to 5 years, we're going to start the planning cycle. As we get to 3 years, we're going to engage and select vendors. As we get to 2 years, we're going to have the plant shutdown plan. Can we do this? What are the techniques that we as an industry can use to encourage people to upgrade on a more predictable basis? Incentive programs are common, but I think that we should extend them to the government level as well. Tax benefits for keeping your system up to date, and there are penalties for using old gas guzzling cars. Are there penalties for using old vulnerable infrastructure that could be upgraded at some point? Try to influence the governments to put laws in place. The California law caused a lot of products that were very legacy in nature to have a hard look at some of the security controls built into those products, and either those products are retired or they get fixed. I've mentioned asset owners and having risk management programs. So you guys can read what's here, but really it comes down to there's a responsibility for OEMs like us to make it easier to stay continuously current, to have less dependency on applications being tightly bound to the hardware. Where do we see this? My goodness, everybody's carrying it around in our coat pockets right now, or sitting on our desk. We see it in this app approach to thinking about the world, where the application is not tightly bound to the hardware. It may be CPU specific, but is not tightly bound to that piece of hardware. So if we can start to think in terms like this, if we can learn these lessons from adjacent industries, we can make it easier to stay continuously current. Think about taking your applications, leaving them in place, but changing the hardware out from underneath them. That's something that's completely foreign almost to this industry right now, but imagine 5-10 years from now, that's going to be very different. And it's this lessons that we're learning to try to say, can we make upgrading easier for our end users? And that's an important one to take forward. And of course, it goes without saying, patch. Now, I'm not sitting here saying, asset owners, you need to patch more often. That we know there's a reason why you don't. You have your reasons. You have your understanding of how you can manage your plants. Can you manage a shutdown or not? We get that. But do take a look at some of those statistics that were up there, 10 to 50% patching successfully. My goodness, can we move that to 60 just by having better planning involved? And then, as I mentioned, we have to make patching easier, faster, safer. When I say safer, I'm not saying safer in terms of process safety or system safety. What I'm talking about is no bump to your process. So your process can keep going, yet we can do an online upgrade. It's something that I've worked on for a very long time, this online upgrade. How can we move it to that next level, get it to that next level so that it's the common way of thinking about upgrading your control components? All right, coming into the final stretch here, conclusions. So given that our primary objective was to understand those variables, to understand what you can influence and what you can't influence, to try to affect that uncertainty, to make it certain, to try to understand it well enough, we need to keep in mind that we understand the cost to manage risk causes negative behaviors like slow patching or lack of upgrading your firewalls, or not checking your backups to recover from a ransomware attack. We understand that it costs money to do these things, but also the consequences can be high as well. Asset owners have to balance the likelihood that they'll be attacked against their specific consequences. So you're always making these balance decisions as best you can. The variables that the uncertainty that's in there, understanding the consequences as best you can. So given that our primary objective with these caveats are in place, we must all participate in the solution, mitigations, signatures, partnerships. We need to increase the speed in which risk is managed. That's really sort of the bottom line here. And looking at our objective, understanding our constraints, we need to take on some of these techniques that I've talked about. We need to put them into our plants. We need to put them into our products. We need to put them into our systems and drive them out so that we're managing risk in a more efficient fashion. So what I always say at the end is, because we're from Schneider Electric, Megan and I, what we say is life is on. We're going to move over to the question and answer period here, and we'll be there in a moment.
So how did it go? It was a really great presentation by Andrew and Megan from Schneider Electric. And I'm sure that a lot of us managed to get to know a lot about lots of different parts, especially like Andrew's ideas about AI and all the different features that we managed to update ourselves with that. But making risk in the critical environment, I'm sure, is one of those other topics that we really would like to know more about that. And how to bring together the ecosystem of security tools in the OT space is a topic that Phil Tucken, the global head of cybersecurity, cyber operation technology, National Grid, is going to discuss it. So we're going to have a very interesting 40 minutes. And I'm just going to give the stage to Philip, and Philip is going to explain all of this in details with you guys. So please just welcome Philip on the stage.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Phil Tunkin. I'm just cue my presentation. I would like to talk to you today about how to bring together an ecosystem of security tools in an operational environment. But first, I just want to introduce you to myself. Phil Tunkin. I'm the principal security engineer at National Grid, formerly the global head of operational technology. As National Grid really is, concentrated on its efforts as an engineering company. We're really trying to align to. Apologies, I've got a automation thing going on here. We are, we are effectively making sure that we are branding all of our roles in an engineering capacity. We are. I am responsible for setting the technical strategy across all of our security solutions within. If you just give me one moment, I am going to try and prevent this animation from taking place. I've been in National Grid for 22 years now. We're predominantly focused in a number of different operational areas, and going forwards, I will be directing the technical strategy for National Grid in across all of our engineering spaces, but also this little thing here called the enterprise. One of the things I'm very keen to try and do is break down a number of the traditions that we have within operational technology. For a long time, we have made a number of excuses around why we can't do things in an IT way. I'm just going to stop the presentation because it's 1 second. If you don't mind just please holding while I try and fix this problem. Apologies all for that. So we've got to try and figure out how, ultimately, while we're trying to deploy tools within the operational technology environment, we often come across a lot of the traditional excuses of why we can't do things and why security isn't possible. And in my 10 years or so of looking after different operational technologies, often found that we have a real, we've been overusing this excuse for quite some time, that operational technology is somehow different to other technologies, or our vendors will not allow us to implement changes within our systems, regardless of our role as the customer in the relationship, or that by doing certain things, we'll break the system, based on historic experiences or problems that have occurred in the past when somebody has tried to implement something that doesn't normally work for them. One thing that's really, really important when trying to understand what are the right tools to implement within a different system is to be really clear on what your threat vectors are. How might the technology within your environment be affected by the tactics and techniques and procedures of the threat actors that actually are targeting the environments that you own and manage? There are an awful lot of examples of where people have tried to sell tools into different spaces. But unfortunately, these are quite often based on generic understanding of how these systems are actually architected. And it's really important as well that you do truly understand the assets that you have within those architectures to see how you might be vulnerable to those sorts of attacks. For example, the typical Purdue model that's shown here on the presentation shows that there's a clear firewall between enterprise and then level 2, level 1, down to level 0, where in reality those sorts of controls can often be a lot deeper, or can have significant protocol breaks. And that in the past sometimes has led people, where they do have an understanding of that architecture, to be overly confident that they're not exposed to certain types of threat, but left them blind to other types of threat that may reside directly within those lower levels. So what are your most probable routes to compromise? There are an awful lot of risk assessments, an awful lot of concerns that the only route to compromise is from the top to the bottom of that architecture, and that the type of actor that they need to defend themselves against is the nation state criminal, or the actors that are operating on political grounds. In reality, the nation state actors, although they are something that we need to be very concerned about, are often not the ones that are responsible for some of the disruptive events that we might see within our space. Supply chain attacks are at the very height of everybody's agenda at the moment. Particularly after SolarWinds, and ultimately it's caused a lot of concern around the dependency that we may have on a particular set of tools and how those tools are used. And it's certainly will have caused a lot of concern when people start to talk about using IT or enterprise tools right the way down into the operational environment, where those tools may have an elevated level of privilege, and it isn't necessarily possible for you to establish a complete level of trust in any supply. So therefore, you need to always consider how those solutions are architected, how much privilege that they may have, and how you may implement defense in depth to prevent anything from those.
Hey, Phil, just a quick one. You're not sharing your presentation, so you're aware.
Oh, right. Okay.
Also, if you have a PDF, feel free to ping it through to us when we're done. We'll share it also.
No, I certainly will do, and I'll skip through this. Apologies for that, everyone. Can you see me now, James? Can you see the presentation?
Can.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Fantastic. You've missed some pretty slides of me talking before then, so apologies. And I'll move on to the fourth threat here, which is insider threats. This really is always the elephant in the room, certainly when we're trying to work alongside the engineers and operators of the operational technology. How do you explain to that person that potentially they are the greatest risk to these assets? Because ultimately they are. They're the ones with the greatest amount of knowledge of the system. They're the ones that are interacting with it on a daily basis and expose it to the greatest risks, often with the best of intents. An insider actor doesn't always have to have malicious intent, but can quite often accidentally cause a significant amount of impact or damage. And that often is there's of course of some debate about how many cyber incidents there have been within the operational environment. Is a misconfiguration by an insider a cyber incident, or is it only something where there is deliberate or malicious intent by some party in the chain? And the fifth one, and the most obvious one, is malware infection. And how do you go about preventing commodity malware, or whether that's something that's modern, sophisticated, or something that's simple, wormable, USB-borne malware from moving around within your operational environments and potentially causing an operational impact that it wasn't necessarily intended to do. Sometimes we know that applications that are designed to lock devices, encrypt the data, they're deliberately out there to disrupt the operation of the computer system, whether it's IT or OT. But other applications may be noisy enough to cause disruption in a fragile operational technology environment. So once you're clear on it, on what your problems are and what you're trying to defend against, you then need to come up with a list of capabilities that you need in order to manage those risks and threats. Are you going to be proactive and defensive? Are you going to put in place technologies that actually stop some of these things from occurring, whether that's blocking USB ports or very strict firewall rules, host-based firewalls on devices to try and manage those issues? Are you going to focus on detection, understanding that those environments may have some inherent vulnerabilities or exposed to threats that are very difficult to close down without impacting operations? How may you detect some of those specific threats in those spaces? Or how may you be active in your response? And active in this, that could be something such as malware detection, malware prevention, removal, endpoint detect and response tools, or it could be something even more aggressive, such as quarantining at a network level. How active is it? Can you possibly be within an operation environment? To what extent it will be allowed to implement that sort of thing when availability is key. So looking in that order, what is the first thing that most organizations have done? So we've got the golden child of industrial protection, which is the network intrusion detection system. Why is that? Is that the favored method of most security groups within asset owners? It's because it is entirely passive. In most examples, it requires a change to the device which people are most likely to accept. The network switch. You can deploy sensors, you can collect that information without changing the operation, and it allows a great deal of insight into some of the network traffic that's there, which may allow you to see some threats. You may be able to pick up on changes of behavior. You may pick up on some signatures of things like malware, but it is purely a passive control. It isn't going to prevent the attack from taking place. It certainly can give you a great deal of insight into where the threat is, where to respond, and in the case of the more sophisticated actors, potentially intervene before they create the effect that they're looking to. Log collection, again, is another one which is a great go-to, although it often requires some sort of network connectivity into the environments. It can be a great way of collecting information that's already out there within these systems, bringing that together and allowing better correlation between the things that you're seeing on the network, but also the things that are there on hosts. And it is really great to start to see that that OEMs within the ICS space are really picking up their game there and producing logs from level 0 and level 1 devices, and which really allows us a great deal of insight into what's actually happening on devices. Beyond there, we're looking into things like active scanning of devices, and that whether that's for things like vulnerability, but also to poll for information for threat hunting, or to generate signals to understand the posture of a device. So there are the tools that are out there in the IT space which terrify the hardened and weathered ICS security professional, the Nessus of the world. However, in reality, the risks of those unauthenticated broad network scans, can often be mitigated through good controls, proper configuration, targeting only the devices where it will give you the richest information, such as the Windows-based devices in your system. Should we really fear those IT tools? That's probably a question I will pose, later in the Q&A. Then there's the ability to actively scan OT devices using their native protocol. And whether that is using the more active elements of some of the ICS security tools that have been emerging, the capabilities that started with groups like Indigi, we've seen, and within Tenable OT, we are starting to see those capabilities expanded into other tools. But there's an awful lot of capability out there within traditional engineering tools as well that can allow regular polling and auditing of devices. How do you, potentially bring that data together in order to give you a richer view of your assets? Moving into that into the sort of the more active defense space, the use of antivirus within systems is becoming more and more accepted. we're seeing ICS vendors in particular having a favored AV solution. But if you're looking to have a single common approach across your organization and a single pane of glass, quite often as an asset owner, there is a significant advantage to having a single AV solution that can be deployed across your entire estate. So you know that you have the ability and be confident that your tool will detect threats, whether they're in your enterprise or any of your different operational environments. There's definitely a significant advantage in being able to deploy your own ecosystem of tools in the AV space and not relying on each OEM that you work with having their own preference or flavor. And similarly with in endpoint detect and respond tools, the ability both to take action when these things are detected within tightly controlled frameworks that are derived by engineers can be incredibly important. The assets that are remote in a world where ICS instant responders are a very precious commodity. Giving the responders that you have the right tools to be able to potentially resolve some of these issues remotely, can be, with the risks managed, a significant advantage across your different businesses. And the fifth one example is file integrity monitoring. How can you ultimately determine whether somebody has made a change? And this is a great control against potential insider threat, because we often, if you come from the IT world, will question whether in the OT world there is a change control process. But quite often, certainly in process critical industries and electricity utilities, will have very robust change control processes. We work with commissioning engineers, safety process engineers who have very, very rigorous standards around testing. They don't make changes without them being deliberately considered and thought through. And very often there will be a rigorous governance process around that. How can you tap into that process so that you know that changes are supposed to happen, that they are proven and tested, and that is the configuration that's actually out there on the device. So that file integrity monitoring line could really mean the typical capabilities you might see through something running on a Windows endpoint that sees a change in a file, versus something that looks into the ladder logic on a PLC, or looks at the configurations of a protection relay in the electricity utility space, and looks for variances in it and detects those changes and sees if that is the same configuration that was planned to take place. So moving on to how you actually get those tools out there. Putting those tools out into an operational space can be a real battle, because we're need to find mechanisms to deploy those capabilities into an operational space where they will have hardware standards and they'll have certain expectations. And the appliance model has been a great way of just deploying a thing into different OT environments. And you see most intrusion detection organizations will deploy a box with their branding on, that has been tested against a variety of different engineering standards to make it suitable for a variety of different engineering environments. And one of the big challenges we have with that is, beyond things like vendor tie-in, is that it becomes a single platform where you maybe try to enhance the capability too much. When the first capability you may deploy is your passive intrusion detection system, and the only connectivity it has is a connection to a span port or some sort of network aggregator, that only allows you a certain amount of capability. You may add another network interface to it and work with your chosen IDS provider to then talk about things like active scanning. Maybe they can modify their product to also do log collection. But at what point do we start to drift from a tool or capability being best of breed? Why not have a platform where you can deploy your own choice of tools without having to necessarily revisit the site each time or rely on a single vendor to deliver those capabilities? And the example you're seeing here on the screen is our chosen edge compute platform for National Grid's operational sites, whereby we're using a hardened substation computer from, in this case, from Schweitzer, to host a number of different tools from different vendors, and it happens to be the same physical hardware platform that is used across a lot of substations, across the the US. So it's very, very easily accepted by our engineering partners within the businesses. They don't question how it's to be maintained or what might be required in terms of support. They recognize it, they understand what it's for and what it's about, and it's a much smoother transition in. But by running our own software on those boxes and deploying the tools that we want when we want, we don't have the same issues potentially with vendor tie-in, and it allows us to bring that ecosystem of tools together and then ultimately look at how we might correlate that information. One of the big challenges really is, how do you start to join the data? These tools will not fit in every single environment. You won't necessarily be able to deploy something like a vulnerability scanner in every single space. You may not have any HMIs or engineering workstations that it's compatible with. You might find that in some environments you have got a passive intrusion detection system and a great asset inventory, but you haven't necessarily got got antivirus on there. You may find you have duplication of information between your different systems, which means that you can't rely on anything that is passively discovered to try and uniquely identify those assets. So it becomes a challenge to how you ultimately integrate this data. So one of the key things we found in our experience is to use that traditional asset tagging method. The same thing that most corporate laptops will have stuck to the lid, is give the device a unique identifier, not something that comes from anything in its digital footprint, but something that can be physically attached to it, something that not only can allow us to start to correlate the data together against a single known identity, but can also be something physical that the engineer can relate to and respond to. There will be many different ways in which something can be named, whether it's from a host perspective or specific to the configuration of that site. But when you're managing 200-300 different locations with different tools at different sites, having something that is a keystone to hang things from, it can be a really positive thing. And having that, establishing data privacy is absolutely key to integrating those systems. Combining sources together is also incredibly important. You can't rely on any single tool to give you the full picture of what's on your sites. The passive network analysis gets better all of the time, and there's some incredible things there. But but ultimately, physically going and seeing the assets and seeing how they're configured helps you to understand what they are doing and what they're supporting. So those sources may not just be your security tools, but they may also be things like your work and asset management systems, like asset repositories, that can help you understand the critical path around how different systems interact with each other and the potential impact. These are processes that are well established in understanding service dependencies in the IT world. When looking at things like a CMDB, you understand how everything from a key to a license can have can impact on an operational service. That sort of information is absolutely vital when deciding how to manage your OT systems. So the events within the OT space often look very familiar to IT responders, but they are very different. And one of the most most favourite examples is the detection of a new host. If your SOC in the enterprise responded every time they saw a new host on the network, they'd be incredibly busy, because that's what hosts do. Certainly in a world of mobility where a device can appear at any time, users have multiple devices. There'll be multiple means by which they can connect. Maybe not so often on premise anymore, plugged onto a LAN, but imagine if every single time that did happen, pre-COVID, they had to respond. They'd be incredibly busy. But within OT, the discovery of a new host is nearly always seen as bad, and that's not necessarily right either. And can be quite frustrating for SOC operators if every time an engineer plugs into a LAN, that it's seen by the machine learning algorithm in an IDS tool as a new node. That isn't necessarily going to be a threat. So when do they respond, and how can they possibly know what is right? And again, this is where correlation of data comes in. If within your organization you do have a known list of specific assets which belong to your engineers, and your enterprise CMDB holds those, can you tag those devices so that the detection of a specific range of allowed devices can be seen as good, and therefore you're only looking at the delta, and you're only tracking the devices that aren't approved to be there. And just because a known allowed device is being plugged in, is that necessarily a good thing? Thinking around the concept of insider threat actors, potentially those can be individuals who are doing something that they weren't authorized to do, or they're doing deliberately out of process. And that's where therefore bringing in information from things like your work and asset management systems, or potentially even user behavioral analytics. Is it a normal time of day for them to be doing those things? Are they the same person who opened the door by bringing in the information from your physical security systems? Can be incredibly powerful there. The correlation of physical and cyber I think is absolutely critical when in the integration of different tools. If you have got an asset inventory which allows you to understand not only digitally how your assets are connected, but physically, the name of the asset, the name of the cabinet it's in, and which room that cabinet is in, you can start to link that to the positions of your cameras. You can link it to the same data set by the same new unique attributes, and even the naming of doors, which means that you can start to understand where how you may bring together the data from a card reader on a door, or a chip and pin device on a door, the specific cameras that see it, and then the digital events that's detected via a completely different set of systems. I think, again, bringing in information from work management systems and change management systems can help you to narrow down that those lists of potential threats to the ones that your analysts really do need to focus on. And looking at when things are detected, what changes are made, and trying to identify whether there's any potential threat in there, even if it's just to create an audit trail of the potential issues should something manifest later down the line, can be incredibly useful. And that is me over. So I'm just going to end the presentation there, and I'll jump over to the Q&A. Thanks, everyone.
Due to the large number and their often missing protection mechanisms, substations represent a large attack surface for the power grid. So the next key presentation by Andreas Klein, the head of Business Area Power Utility Communication at Omicron Electronics, is going to be about the case study on cybersecure substation automation system network. And based on his case study, I'm sure that you guys are going to know a lot more about this topic. So for the next half an hour, I'm just going to welcome Andreas on stage. So Andreas, stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for joining my session. I'm going to talk about quite a technical aspect of critical infrastructure security, and that is about the security measures of electrical power substations. And typically, I saw this quite frequently. Substations are often neglected a bit in the risk assessment of the electrical power grid. Typically, the focus is on the control center. There have been incidents there, and of course on the corporate IT network of a utility. But there are thousands, literally thousands of these substations out there in the grid, and they are performing a very critical task. And I'm going to present a few inputs on what could be done to secure those networks in the substation. My name is Andreas Klein, and I'm with Omicron in Austria. And some of you may not know Omicron, so I'll give you a few information about Omicron. Omicron is a vendor for testing, measurement, and analysis and cybersecurity solutions focused on the power system. We focus also on doing things better, on innovating how this is done, and we also focus on sharing knowledge and providing the best customer support that is possible. We are also quite proud that social and ecological responsibility is in our core mission and vision statements. Altogether, there are more than 800 employees full-time, and we've got utilities and manufacturers and service providers for the power system in 160 countries worldwide that we serve. So this is about Omicron. The remainder of this talk will be about a case study, and this is quite an interesting example, I think, about a utility in Switzerland and their new network architecture, their new reference architecture they designed for all their future substations. And it's not just a theoretical approach. They started commissioning the first substation according to this design in 2019, and they are now continuing with more and more substations which are implemented according to this design. About that commissioning, there is a paper that you can access through a link in these slides, and the slides are shared here on the platform. And there are also a lot of lessons learned meanwhile, so there is a lot that I could talk about, but I'm trying to focus it on the security measures today. And what is interesting about the security measures that they implemented is they did all of this without compromising efficiency. And now they got a feedback after 2 years working in this, that the OT engineers even are more happy with the new system than with the traditionally designed substations, because the engineering becomes more comfortable even than with traditional systems. For this Swiss utility, they have a national security guideline for OT systems in Switzerland. It's just a guideline. It's not an official or mandatory standard to follow. There's also no laws according for this. It's just a guideline. But it's quite interesting that a lot of utilities are actually quite active about implementing cybersecurity measures for OT, even though they are not required to do so legally, at least. And the base for the Swiss OT security guideline is the NIST security framework, which is probably familiar to all of you. So there is a mapping to the NERC CIP available, so it's a bit more higher level than NERC CIP. And so they thought it's a good approach as an overall guideline in Switzerland. And if we apply this guideline now to these substation networks, of course, there's a lot of other aspects in a utility, but looking just at substations, and we look at the 5 functions of the NIST security framework, it's very important to identify the assets. And it has been mentioned already in the previous talk by Phil Tonkin, the asset inventory is key to establishing risk management for these networks, to be able to assess which vulnerabilities are effective, and also to find out what are the attack vectors on into my substation network and the devices. And they use a risk-based approach in Switzerland, so they are protecting against the attack vectors first, which have the highest risk and probability. And of course, detection is also an important aspect here, and especially since you can be quite blind in these networks out there in the field, it's especially important to be able to detect things going wrong, to enable the response processes. And the most simple example is maybe not an intrusion detection, but an antivirus on a PC in such a substation. You not only detect the malware on the PC, but you can also learn about the attack vectors, how that malware could reach such a remote PC in such an isolated network. And so this detection step enables you to learn new the attack vectors that you actually have. And of course, for substations, the processes for recovering affected services can be totally different than we used for control center networks, for example. So these are remote systems with devices that you need to have in stock, and you also need to be able to detect what has failed exactly. So let's look at the first step at the identify function here. And in substations, obviously these 2 attack vectors come to our minds first. This is the connection here, attack vector number 1, the connection to corporate IT. This is typically what we see in the media coverage of ICS attacks, and it also has been used in the Ukraine 2016, where exactly such a substation network was reached, and then the famous crash override malware has been planted. In that particular case, it used there was the same network connection was used for the connection to the control center, but it can also be a separate connection. So this can be seen as attack vector number 2. What is important is that here, of course, also temporary connections for maintenance count in attack vector 1, which are often forgotten about. But what we see here in the picture is a testing and maintenance going on. So there is a substation which is under operation, but there's routine protection testing and maintenance going on in such a substation, and this introduces further attack vector in the life cycle of a substation, and that is the engineering PCs, which are directly connected to the assets or to the network. And we also all know the 10-year-old attack vector of Stuxnet, how this works. Also, the testing PC for testing SCADA and communication functions in the network, and also sometimes for applying patches, is an attack vector. And for at least for testing purposes, it is our goal to eliminate this attack vector number 4 by allowing secured test sets, providing secure test sets also for communication testing and SCADA testing and so on. But of course, the test set itself also represents an attack vector, and Omicron, as a test set vendor, is very aware of this, and that's why we are continuously working on this and investing into this topic to secure the devices. What is also often forgotten is the setting files. I think with the storage location for setting files and test documents in NERC CIP, it is considered part of the security perimeter somewhat, and therefore, at least for NERC CAP, this is covered. But in Europe, sometimes these attack vectors through the storage locations and these files are forgotten, and this is also a topic where utilities need to think about processes, how this can work, how the engineers can do it, and only then you can secure it. And it's not an option to ignore these processes there. And if we say, for example, such a testing PC, there is malware on the PC, and this malware then has access to such a critical network, what could happen? How hard is it? And I think you're all aware of this vulnerability here. It's a very well-known vulnerability. A single UDP packet, a magic packet, is required as an exploit. And the biggest problem is the exploit is known. There is even example code available for this. What happens with this exploit here? There is a certain brand and type of protective relay, and you can disable the whole device with it. So it stops communicating, problem number one, but even worse, it even stops the protective functions. So in short, the overhead lines are not protected anymore by those protective relays. So we've got a denial of the OT service here, which is very severe. And what is interesting, the security patch for this relay has been available since 2015. It has been used also, as you know, in the crash override malware. Fortunately, it did not work. But still, when I talk to utilities, at least 9 out of 10 utilities did not patch this particular flaw. And this, there, we heard it in the previous talk, OT is different. And substations are probably even more different, but still we need to start with some kind of patch management. And I am not here to tell you that intrusion detection systems will save you from patch management. Still, flaws like this have to be patched. And since 2015, there would have been time for it. And what is some people don't know is this exploit is even included by Metasploit by default. So if somebody starts playing around in a substation, for example, for a security audit, and then executes Metasploit check for this kind of vulnerability, then the problem is those devices are going to fail, and it can even be that they fail silently. So there is a huge risk here, and we have to do patch management. I want to give you a positive example today. And this positive example is this new architecture. And I want to explain what they did there. So they implemented, obviously, most importantly, biggest risk attack vector, secure remote access. But additionally, they implemented multiple firewall zones within the process level, which is quite an interesting approach. I've never seen that before. And they also applied role-based access control down to the relay level in the lowest level. So even if you're operating the relay with the front panel, with the screen, still you have to enter your username and password. They implemented also switch port security, so MAC authentication bypass without certificate based on MAC addresses, but it's still a huge step. And they also implemented intrusion detection system as part of their standard design. And what I want to go into detail now is a few of these topics, and that is secure remote access. So the attack vector with the highest risk, the connection to the corporate IT, temporary or permanent connections, and this utility decided there are no permanent connections to any external network, not even to a DMZ. All services are to be replicated locally. And that's going to become more interesting on the next slide. They have not just multi-factor authentication for remote connection, they even use 4i principle. So the remote connection has to be enabled by the control center, by an operator there, and only then the engineer gets network access. And interestingly, you can even hear a relay click in the substation when remote connection is enabled. Otherwise, it's physically separated. They're really strict about this. And the engineering stations are not laptops carried around by engineers where you don't have control what is done with these laptops. These are virtual machines in these demilitarized zones, and each engineer has his own virtual machine, and they're in this controlled environment. What is interesting is they not only have secure remote access, they also have secure local access. So you cannot plug in your engineering, your private laptop to the station network. Well, you can plug it in. If it's a registered device, it gets network access. However, what you're actually using is the same principle as remote access. So you get a channel to use the virtual machine for engineering, your own virtual machine, and then you can do local engineering in the same way as you would do remote engineering access. They are using role-based access control, as I mentioned before, even for the manual operation on the protective relay display or the bay controller display. They have a local Active Directory and radio server, and this one is synchronized with their central role-based access control Active Directory server. And at this point, somebody asked me, well, but they don't have a permanent connection to the other networks. And yes, they don't have a permanent connection. Even this Active Directory synchronization only happens eventually when they establish the connection. Then it's synchronized, and then they cut the connection again. So they thought this through already. They did a few other steps with to limit the attack surface, even if somebody has got access or even if there is malware planted on one of these devices. And one of these measures are multiple firewall zones on the process level. To be precise, it is like higher level access control lists for the protocol level, which are implemented on the switch infrastructure in there. And that is how they limit the protocols that are allowed between each zone and between the clients. They even have separate virtual LANs for the management, so engineering, and the actual process network. And they also have, because of this, 2 physical Ethernet ports on each relay. So they invested into this to really have completely separated networks for engineering and the actual process network. However, they identified quickly that still many important attack vectors remained. Which ones? Because they had to allow a lot of different protocols between the zones. So 61850, MMS, GOOS, but also engineering protocols. Then you need a web interface for the configuration and error troubleshooting. And so quickly you enabled basically all the protocols which have known vulnerabilities for these devices. And they knew already they will not be able to patch quickly enough, so there are important attack vectors remaining. And so they decided to apply an intrusion detection system at the substation level. And they investigated different solutions for intrusion detection systems, and they discovered a couple of issues. I'm going to share them with you now. So when you apply intrusion detection systems in this environment, in this highly specialized environment, you have 2 approaches available: signature-based, we all know it, works like the PC virus scanner. You got a deny list, and you're only capturing known attacks, and the next unknown attack is not going to be covered. And there are also a lot of papers and presentations around how to circumvent signature-based detection. Because of this, baseline-based systems have been invented. Some call it learning-based. So you've got a learning phase of 2 weeks, or more precisely, probably 2 months, and then you're switching it on. And so in the learning phase, it learns the average situation with the average flags in the protocols, and then you switch it to operational, and then it is going to send you an alarm if there is a significant deviation from the average situation. And so this will cause many false alarms for all switching operations, maintenance operations, the routine testing that we saw in the picture. This is going to cause false alarms. The bigger problem is that the alarm messages are also based on significant deviation of the average of some protocol values, because these systems have been implemented generically to cover as many protocols as possible. And then the alarm messages are also often quite related to the protocol. So you need specialists available more or less 24/7 who know these protocols by heart, and at the same time they also know the processes in the substation by heart to judge if this is a legitimate activity or if this does not belong here. And this is the big problem there. This combination of people who know the processes and the things going on in a substation and who know these protocols and the IDS systems so well to tell you immediately if this is a false alarm or if this is something that you should be concerned about, this is the key problem. And therefore, we try to come up with a different approach. And this approach uses the fact that substations are quite predictable. They are like deterministic systems controlling a physical process. And what is even more interesting about such systems is there is machine-readable engineering documentation available, standardized according to the IEC 61850 standard, and it describes the whole system behavior and even the data models of every single device in there. And we use this together with the knowledge about how substations work to implement a system model of the substation. And with this, you can consider the whole life cycle of the substation. You can consider the maintenance phases, but you can also consider seldom events like switching operations or protection trip events, for example. And so we are verifying each and every packet against the system model of the substation. And these can be like also including, of course, IT protocols and OT protocols. What is important with this approach is that you not only detect security threats, you can also detect functional problems because you're verifying it against the specification of the whole system. So you could detect not only the attack, but you could also detect the denial of the service, of the OT service that I talked before, for example. And so with this combination, you can provide intrusion detection and functional monitoring. And here are some examples. You can detect configuration changes of IDs, not just because so obviously there is engineering traffic on a network, but even because the specific messages sent out by these relays also have certain references to configuration versions. And with this, you can detect that suddenly a newer configuration is active or that it doesn't communicate anymore along with the original data model that was designed for that device. What you can also do is you can use the timestamps for the events. Each time there is an event, to measure the distribution time through the network to detect quite often failures in the ID communication processor board or in the network. Also, this is kind of theoretical, but mostly we detect time synchronization issues with this measurement because you then detect when the sending device is in a different time, and then you will detect that the event timestamp is off. Of course, you can also log other critical events, for example, switchgear control commands and tab changer position changes. These are critical events, and of course, this can be logged together with the file names of all the files that are transferred, for example, disturbance records after a disturbance event. And so you have a full record of all the critical events in your system. But what about other protocols? So the most dominant protocol used in substation is the 61850 protocols there. And here you can do a very detailed approach of comparison and verification. For other protocols, such as the DNP3 going to the control center, in Europe it's 104, or Modbus and many IT protocols, here we are still doing deep packet inspection and comparing it against our allow list or system model. So the minimum entry of any communication in the network is composed by MAC address, IP address, VLAN, port number, and the service and application detected on that particular connection. And only if that connection between these two devices is allowed in this system model, it will be okay. Otherwise, we will raise an alarm. So this mechanism was previously called whitelist principle. Now we're calling it allow list. What we also implement is a so-called maintenance mode, and with this you can limit engineering activity only to a certain time window, and only then engineering connections and web interface usage and all of these protocols are allowed, and during other time they are not allowed. What is also important is when analyzing alarms, the security officers need to work together with the OT engineers, with the protection, automation, and control engineers. And so they anyway need to participate in the alert analysis. So the user interface of those security systems, they should allow them to work efficiently together. And we decided for a display, not related to the Purdue model, but we decided for a display related to the documentation of these networks. So in substations, everything is split up into voltage levels and base, and this we are using, and this information is automatically imported also from the engineering files. And the alarms are graphically displayed as arrows from a source to a target, and we are also doing our best to aggregate alarms to the high-level events in the substation. In this case, it was a switching command which has been attempted by that test PC. And this shows how now a security officer can call the engineering team if they intentionally performed this, or if that was a mistake or something which was maybe even done by the testing PC itself without anybody controlling it. In terms of asset inventory, passive discovery in substations, I would say it does not work, because firmware versions are simply never communicated in a normal communication. Connections are not established frequently, only like every few months or so, and so you cannot do a banner check. So there's no way how to find out the firmware version of the devices passively. However, we can import the engineering files, these SCL files, and then you have quite extensive documentation of the firmware version and even the hardware configuration used in that particular device. And the information that you see here in the screenshot and in the Excel spreadsheet, this is how you can export it directly from the information, how you got it from the engineering files. We can also provide active interrogation, but we decided to provide this in a separate tool, and then you can compare the current state from the design. Yeah, how to integrate it? We decided to also provide binary contacts to have an easy way for legacy substations to integrate alarms, wire them to an RTU, and integrate it into a SCADA signal list. And this is pretty well accepted, especially in legacy substations where IDS is a retrofit security approach. Of course, advanced integrations are available. So we've got plugins for different SIEM systems. And very interesting it is if you combine this extensive asset inventory information with work management systems to assign alert tickets directly to the correct engineer responsible for that asset. And this is possible, for example, with our ServiceNow plugin, where you can automatically import also the asset inventory that we get from the network. So to sum this up, there are many attack vectors on substations who bypass the firewall. We have seen an attack in Ukraine 2016. And together with the weak physical security and the amount of substations that are there in the grid, this poses an important attack vector on the power grid. And we are convinced that the security solutions must speak the language of OT engineers to enable the two groups, the two parties to work better together in the future. Currently, we can still see there's a big gap between these two teams. And for this purpose, there are tailor-made intrusion detection solutions available. So far, thank you very much for listening, and I'm looking forward to your questions in the session on the Hopin platform. Thank you very much.
So there are known knowns, there are known unknowns, and then there are unknown unknowns. So we learned a lot about the known unknowns, and that was the topic that you know about it, but then we wanted to know more. And the unknown unknowns were mainly the parts that we heard about as showcases and other scenarios. Now it might be the time to basically have the known knowns, and that will be the colleagues and people that are experts in this technology. So I hope you enjoyed the 7th annual Control System Cybersecurity Conference till now. Now it's time for the exhibitor networking. So meet the key solution providers, exchange business cards, and benefit from our one-to-one communication tools. So with that, I would like to leave you at the exhibitor network and see you soon. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the networking part and you're back fresh and excited. Cyber criminals are maximizing their opportunity by exploiting the expanding digital attack surface. In the past 6 months, operational technology has been targeted given the age and vulnerability of the ICS and SCADA systems. Beyond visibility, why old networks need to learn new tricks is the topic that Rick Peters, Chief Innovation Security Officer of Operational Technology North America at Fortin, going to discuss in further. So please just give a warm welcome to Rick.
Welcome, everyone, to the Control Systems Cybersecurity Conference event here in 2021. I'm Rick Peters, the CISO of Operational Technology in North America with Fortinet. And for the next 25 to 30 minutes, we'll be visiting on a topic for which I have great passion, and that is really kind of exploring the state of how we protect operational technology. We can all agree that there's heightened awareness and sensitivity today across the OT community. That includes energy and utilities, of course, traditional fossil fuels, as well as new and emerging technologies, renewables, certainly manufacturing, all the variations of the transportation theme, as well as building automation. So think smart cities, campuses, and buildings. So we'll explore that a great deal today. But a minute for some context, because I think that's important as well, so you know where the message is coming from. I've been with Fortinet now 3 years, but I spent just shy of 4 decades prior to that serving the National Security Agency as part of the U.S. intelligence community. I'm an engineer by background, so I love to work on and solve problems. And one of the things I focused on, of course, were ICS, industrial control systems, and SCADA targets, supervisory control and data acquisition systems, foundational part of operational technology, obviously, focusing on foreign targets of primary interest, as well as the defense of national critical infrastructure. Certainly a lot has changed over the last decade. Whereas 20 years ago, it would have taken an extraordinary level of effort to get on target, perhaps some reverse engineering, certainly some coercion of an insider. Today, there's just a wealth of opportunity, and we're going to explore that. But then more importantly, we're going to talk about the road ahead and the promise of opportunity to raise the bar and protect the critical infrastructure that are important to our citizens around the globe. So let's unpack just for a minute the 3 areas that we'll kind of take a peek at from the trade space, right, of the attack surface. So risk and reward is a great way to look at that. We'll also look at top cover. What are the cybersecurity best practices that we need to put into play? And then beyond that, to seek something greater, a framework that builds defense dynamically. And I'll give you 3 threads to hang on to today. Transparency, that is the ability to achieve that cybersecurity without incurring latency, because in operational technology, safety and continuous operations are everything. Slowing things down is costly and really an unacceptable outcome. We'll also talk about scalability, because the dynamic of the enterprise and its change with innovation and the connectivity has certainly made it a challenge. So whatever solution approach you take needs to scale, because that's certainly going to grow, because technology and innovation is driving that direction. And lastly, speed, your ability to prosecute the protection of that mission at the speed of business. Situational awareness, and we'll explore actionable intelligence and the variations on that theme as well. So let's start with the attack surface to make sure we understand what's really going on out there. And, if we just were to consider the trade space, we talked about that term before, executives made the commitment years ago, and some are making that commitment now, to achieve operational efficiency through access to data. That's information that allows them to make turnkey decisions, to pivot in business, to get ahead of the competition by being able to be agile and quick and understand the condition of the environment. Maybe it's maintenance data, a variety of opportunities that make them more efficient. However, there is trade space. With that came increased exposure. You see that vertical asymptote there, cyber exposure. What we need today is a proportional investment to address that growth in the attack surface. So we're going to explore that as well, because with that connectivity comes a necessity to identify and trust all enabled assets. An examination of what has happened over just the last half decade illustrates a whole lot of activity focused on operational technology. And in some cases, you might argue, well, the target was really IT, but the reality is it affects both OT and IT. The targets across the spectrum, some of those domains we just talked about a minute ago. But the thing you take away really quick is it costs a lot, typically running in the tens of millions to over $1 billion per incident. And the derivation or the drive behind it is varied. From extortion with phishing campaigns and attacks that are designed to, again, extort resource. I would argue probably the primary goal of most campaigns is to steal your intellectual property. So think industrial espionage, your trade secrets, your crown jewels, those items, activities, and intelligence that are most important. And that can include the cyber physical enterprise as well. And probably to the most to the right would be industrial sabotage, the ability to influence and affect the infrastructure. Could be subtle to kinetic. And of course, wasn't that long ago that Trisus Triton illustrated the ability to affect the safety instrumentation system. So we know the capabilities of the bad actors, the commitment and the range of activity, and it continues to happen. If we were to look just at data alone, one of the things that's compelling to see is over the last few years, there's been orders of magnitude in growth in the theft of data. So arguably, that's the commodity of interest. Clearly, there's a whole lot going on. And you see clear growth also in the frequency of ransomware attacks, an order of magnitude in growth. Why? Because the success rates predicate certainly copycat attacks, and it's profitable. You know, the success rates, and you see the range of activities down there. A lot of those keywords are becoming common to the tongue today, from WannaCry to NotPetya to Locker Gaga. These campaigns that illustrate the commitment of the bad actor to disrupt business, to affect your value and your position and the perspective of the public and how they look at how you accomplish business. And certainly, we don't have to look past the recent incident of supply chain, right? With the SolarWinds or Sunburst campaign that's still going on today, illustrated the ability to get onto a payload. You know, the whole thought process today is about achieving a dynamic protection. The idea of having to think both past, present, and future is very true for operational technology because we introduce legacy infrastructure. We'll explore that a bit more today as well. We do have to think about this expansion of the attack surface, right? The emerging technologies as well, 5G and cloud, lots of things going on. The proliferation of literally billions of enabled devices and the ability to resolve complexity. Many OT system owners today are having to fight the fight of figuring out how to get their point solutions to work together. We'll explore a way forward that Fortinet believes is the right thought process that's based on partnership and the ability to realize an ecosystem approach that allows connectivity and communication to occur. Great efficiencies are gained, but the more important thing is it gives you the feel of complete control and knowledge of what's happening within your infrastructure at any moment in time. But we do have to understand that this is a broad surface we're talking about protecting. So let's consider the ways we can protect and really kind of distill it down into some cybersecurity best practices. You know, the operative word when we talk about visibility is trust, and it needs to be enforced dynamically because you simply cannot protect what you can't see. We really need to think about users, devices, applications, and the ability to integrate and enable access based on readiness and credentials. So this might seem simple, but the reality is there are many out there still struggling to achieve visibility and be able to have the confidence they need to do that. Likewise, we have to think about integrated control. Simply put, it is exactly controlling the functions. I like to think the operative word is trust and enforced dynamically. Again, because you're talking about a containment strategy. I love microsegmentation as a vehicle here, and we'll explore a model lately to kind of just take a peek at that. But it really is understanding and being able, again, to think about how can I limit the bad actor from moving laterally or vertically within my domain, because my enterprise, whether it's connected or not and how it's connected, allows that movement to occur. So I have to contain that. I have to be able to inspect known and unknown threats. So policy enforcement by my next generation firewall, very important. I have to insist on techniques like multi-factor authentication, role-based access to really restrict the level of permissions of what you can accomplish. And again, that addresses then insider as well, because I can contain that that ability to move within the environment. So regardless of how the payload arrived or how the threat arrived or how the bad actor has found their way onto my environment, and I would argue that in many instances they're already there. They may be accomplishing reconnaissance. So we want to be able to deal with that at the speed of business. That takes us to our third area, situational awareness. Context is everything. And we need to leverage actionable intelligence within your IT, OT enterprise. It's essential. We want to protect from the inside out. And really the goal is to outmaneuver the adversary. But it starts with understanding what that process looks like, from detection to quarantine, analysis, and reporting. We're going to look at a framework model in just a minute that kind of illuminates that. But we're really now thinking about the industrial focused threat protection, because that's our space today that we're really truly concerned about. So let's think about a way forward that's based on a framework. And we'll start with something you may be familiar with already. This is a simple illustration, hardly a great deal of detail here, but it does showcase an enhanced version of the Purdue model. The idea here is to examine needs for cybersecurity services by understanding what the connectivity or what the layers look like from our plant floor all the way down to that safety and protection segment. We talked about the safety and transportation system early, all the way out to the cloud. And understanding your ability then to actually enforce all those cybersecurity practices, visibility, segmentation, and automated awareness at each of these levels allows you to get the control that you want and the exclusivity and the containment that you must have, right? It's the unique challenges of OT. We have to be aware of emerging technologies, of course, but we have to also be able to think about the legacy nature of the business, the fragility of devices in our environment, because it is not IT. And ultimately, we have to be able to trust that activity that's going on within our domain. Okay, so we talked about a framework before, and I would like to, if you haven't already, to think about an established framework like the NIST Cybersecurity Framework. Why is that important? Well, it gives you a way to model cybersecurity with best practices, again, in mind. Thinking broadly, again, with visibility, integrated with the ability to control, and automated. The beauty of this model is it allows you to inspect and understand behaviorally what's happening at any moment in time and address your pain points. The goal is to achieve a continuous trust assessment, to mitigate your risks, and to be able to think about how that works. Now, the beauty is Fortinet's model is something called their security fabric that allows us to break it down. And here we kind of can think about four basic pillar areas, from zero trust access, where we're really worried about now network things like network access control, identity management. We talked about MFA before, but true endpoint protection, because it's about earned trust, sustained trust that's across your visibility and your access domain. We also are thinking about speed and agility. When you get into the idea now of instituting a next generation firewall, you want something purpose-built that works in a variety of environments, from your standard office to those harsh environments that require rugged form factor. And you want something that's going to achieve resilience, not just today, but tomorrow. So you want something that has all the features built in. You need SD-WAN, maybe not now, but in the future. So you want to be able to put that in place as a part of a long-term solution. You want to be equally agile in the cloud domain. So whether you're talking about private, public, or hybrid, you make that work for you. And you also achieve the idea of bringing in actionable intelligence to do back-end analysis with threat intelligence services, and then have to be able to govern that or have visibility to it with an operational visibility that gives you fabric management and an ability to enable workflows, and then to make those decisions, but not giving that control away completely. There's an operational technology that's really important. I talked about intelligence services, and one of the things that's absolute, and FortiGuard has really pushed out, FortiGuard Labs has pushed out into this, is to focus on the industrial side of the business, to take it up, to raise the bar, if you will, to think about actionable intelligence. You start to hear terms like artificial intelligence, machine learning. There's a business within the business that's going on. I know when the SolarWinds event kicked off, many colleagues reached out to me and asked me, how did I think about that? How did I react to it? My natural instinct as an intelligence person was to say, well, let me go talk to the analysts. They're the ones that are doing the report. They can tell me about what's happening. They can give me the CVEs that are appropriate or relevant to the instance. They can help me understand our level of situational readiness. How is our infrastructure tuned to defend that? With an ecosystem approach that Fortinet advocates, the security fabric allows us to achieve so much more. Today, we're prosecuting over 100 billion security events every day. Now, you think about that translates into 1 billion security updates to over 4 million next generation firewalls. So there's a lot happening on the speed of updates, the intelligence, whether it's signature updating or vulnerability readiness, raises the bar and allows you to start thinking from the inside out. Now, maybe I mentioned that once, and I want to drive that point home because while the edge is very important, behaviorally, we have to recognize the likelihood of an event surfacing at any moment in time. We've talked about how to contain that, but then we want to be able to neutralize it at the speed of business. Again, I think the notion or the motion here is to defeat that adversary. To think about how to accomplish that then implies that you are fluent, that you have language skills in that space. Today we support over 1,800 application control signatures and over 400 IPS signatures. Again, always growing, always committed to the space. All that translates into visibility in the threat intelligence landscape. Again, that builds all three of those areas into the way we move forward, but we don't fly solo. Partnership is a key element. In fact, as an engineer, that got me very excited 3 years ago when I joined Fortinet, because we're talking about the security fabric for operational technology. My natural state was to say, well, but contextually, you can't solve that alone. And in fact, we do not. I have over 400 partners. That's a technology alliance of fabric-ready partners ready to work with us. Why is that important? Because it's a very large enterprise. I'll share a diagram in a minute that illustrates the range of partnership and just how important it is, because designing security in that is a repeatable, achievable thing that allows you to do things at scale. And also it builds a reputation as a trusted partner. And in this business, in OT specifically, trust is everything. It's foundational to delivering tailored solutions that consider the present capability that you may already have. That's all a part of the value of partnership, and it allows you to realize greater return on investment for the capabilities you may already have in place. That's terrific, because if I'm able to achieve through integration a product that you have as part of your ecosystem, then you're able to leverage that. It's not a rip and replace strategy. It's a growth and amalgamation of what you have to achieve greater security, but ultimately to achieve cybersecurity resilience. I talked about partnerships, and this is a great illustration of that. It's very distributed, right? You see from the top left there, visibility and threat intelligence partners. These are key players. These are stakeholders in the business. They allow us to work across that model you saw earlier, that Purdue reference architecture, to understand the need to have visibility into data without disrupting business. Because when you're down at the lower levels, say you're at layer 1 or 2, you're touching devices that are fragile. You can't do the sort of active touching that you might do in the IT world, because you'll simply knock things over or break the company. So we're not going to do that. So we trust those relationships. We trust our fluency in working in that space. And again, we're agile. So regardless of who you might be working with already, we can pivot and allow you to build and focus on your solution. And I think that's a huge part of this approach. We talk about, thinking dimensionally. Again, our intelligence perspective embraces not just what's happening in the future, the latest and greatest attacks, but it considers the landscape of all the legacy technology, the ability to be backwards compatible, to do things like endpoint detection and response that allow you to touch devices that may be still supported with an XP operating system. That's the kind of thing you're going to run into in the operational technology domain. You also notice that we work with control vendors, all the big players there, the GSIs and MSSPs, because this indeed is a team sport. In many instances, we actually design our capability in so that, again, the fabric becomes a repeatable part of a solution offered by a control vendor or offered by a solution provider. Again, a much more intelligent way to accomplish longer-term repeatable security. And the beauty of all of this is it's expandable, because Fortinet really is truly an engineering company that's committed to innovation. So whether you're thinking about maybe software-defined networking today or in the future, it's already designed into your environment so you can address that. And we continue to grow and expand the complete array of services that become a foundation upon which you can build. Always about moving forward smartly. So I've been talking for roughly about 20 to 25 minutes, and I had suggested we would eventually go to a Q&A session. I know we're going to do that here in a few minutes. Just want to say it's a pleasure to work with those who I will characterize as a coalition of the willing. You know, it's a big, challenging space out there today, and it takes folks committed to the cause to understand the uniqueness of operational technology, the importance of making smart decisions and smart investments, but also realizing, of course, that 2020 brought in a ton of innovation all by itself. You know, the ability of disruption, in fact, the heightened awareness is the backside of that. Everyone talks about what is the new normal going to look like? Well, OT didn't get a free pass there. It was part of that need to be able to work from home. So when you start to think about 2021 and beyond and starting to realize the new normal, we've thought about that as well. Because again, it comes back to those three threads I pulled before: transparency, scale, speed. They need to be top of mind in your solution space. So I'd ask you to think about that as you think about how to solve your problems and how to collaborate. It's really an important point, because as we move forward as a collective, we are not just raising the bar for OT, we're raising the bar for services to critical infrastructure around the globe. These are services our citizens expect and rely on daily. So trusting the water you drink, the power you supply, the services you purchase, the flights you take to go from one side of the world to the other, the trains you catch on the rails, whether it's in a metropolitan area or within the nation. All of these are trusted services. They're all part of operational technology. And of course, the new sense of what it means to be protected and safe in buildings stretches into building automation. The landscape is enormous. The challenges are great. The teamwork is going to allow us to continue to raise that bar. And as a CISO for operational technology for Fortinet, I'm excited about that. And I'll look forward to taking your questions here in just a few minutes. I want to appreciate again your time for taking this in today. You have my contact information. One of the things I love to do is communicate. If you reach out to me, I generally will turn a response in less than 24 hours to acknowledge and then start to get serious. I'll roll the sleeves up and get focused on what it is that is really important to you and your business and your company. Because I think that's the right way to do it. It starts by listening, building trust, and determining what are the options. What are the next steps we should consider? Always being thoughtful and building on that trust relationship, because our way forward in solving the big challenges in operational technology is going to take teamwork. It is going to take trust. And I look forward to working with you. Again, you have my contact information, and I will look forward to chatting with you here in just in a short while.
So yes, we had a bit of a fun. Apologies to everyone. We already had super interesting conversations by Eric, but we just fortunately didn't manage to make the best out of the Q&A. Let's just make the best out of the next Q&A because the topic is extremely interesting. How is cybercrime rising in the Internet of Things? Stephen Hill, Senior Threat Research at the Trend Micro, is going to talk about amazing topics such as brief history of the IoT malware, cyber criminals, worms, a VPN filter, and ICS honeypots, among so many other interesting topics. I'm not going to take his time more than that, so please welcome Steve on stage. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stephen Hilt, and this is my presentation on how is cybercrime rising in the Internet of Things. This is going to take a look into several different avenues of which current IoT attacks and how they translate into the industrial IoT as well. We'll look into a couple other things and other research projects that I've worked on in the last year. I'm glad to be back here at the Cyber Senate virtually. Wish it was in person, but we'll get there eventually, hopefully soon. So over the last couple years, in 2019 specifically, we released a paper that detailed the criminal underground as it pertains to IoT. What we do when we're looking at things like that, we look for trends and we ask ourselves a lot of times, how can criminals make money off of this or at this? One of the things that you'll see is people focus a lot on the destruction of devices, and that's ultimately not usually a goal because a dead device a criminal can't monetize. So we're trying to always look at that kind of angle. So we're going to talk about some of the findings of this paper, as well as we made one called Warm Wars, which is a story about how different criminal groups are fighting over the same devices, particularly IoT devices, and current research that's involved with IoT malwares and also actor research. In the eyes of the media, it always seems to be a bit like this, where hackers are taking control of our cars and crashing them off our roads. But in actuality, there's other things, like they're coming after your toasters as well. To be fair, this is a good video and it's not Miko's fault or anything like that. BBC just ran with the toaster bit. Actually, despite toasters and fridge being common IoT devices in presentation, there is actually really no IoT toasters, at least not commercially available. But there should be one, but it looks dead. Just interesting that you're always told that you're IoT toaster, but they actually don't exist. And of course, there's always the popular hacked smart toys. There's been a bunch of these, Fisher Price Bear, and of course the Hello Barbie. But importantly, smart does not always mean internet connected. The Barbie was essentially an always-on microphone for your kid to play with in a nice, non-realistic plastic female body. So the media view versus reality is really not what we see. All of these examples are thinking like a hacker and not thinking like a criminal. Of course, there's always the Mirai botnet, which in our paper we talk about a little bit. The Mirai botnet was a distributed denial of service, and it botnet that leveraged default credentials for routers, cameras, PVRs, and also network switches as well, but lots of other things. Other Mirai variants have been associated with this one specifically that you see. I don't know if everybody remembers this, but it was a big one. The Mirai had the attack on Dyn DNS and OVH and others. It cost Krebs's website to go offline. This was back in 2016. And what we always find interesting is 2016, current today, the biggest IoT malware is always, it's based off of Mirai. What ended up happening, and we dive into this into the paper a little bit, is that they open sourced Mirai to try to, the creator of it. And because of that, and it works, all they have to do is just keep adding new exploits to it, new default credentials, new, and voila, you have a working botnet. So let's talk about the, variants. We mentioned specifically Mirai. They get notoriety for the DDoS and Krebs, and how much that was estimated to cost. There was estimation cost of how much this would run. Krebs mentioned in one of his articles itself, the power usage totaled in around $300,000 for the DDoS against his website alone. We also talk a lot about Chitin. Chitin is another botnet that is going after IoT devices, and as well as Qbot. These are what we refer to as our main three botnets for IoT devices. They all actually have another name. Chitin, you'll also see it referred to as Tsunami. Qbot is also Bashlight, Gafgit, and a couple other names, but the Bashlight and Gafgit are your two major names that you'll always hear from it. What you're seeing is groups using these, sharing these, buying these, and just gaining access to the infrastructure from it. So what at Trend Micro, what we do and what we've tried to do in the past is, you'll see parts here. This was actually a lab we ran in 2015. You'll see cameras, speakers, vulnerable routers, printers, lights. This was actually a honeypot. We just put it online in 2015, and in early 2016, we actually scrapped it because we saw no attacks. However, if we had just keep running it, we would have been ripe with Mirai. Mirai would have been all over the place because it was all over the place. So because we scrapped this in 2016, it doesn't mean we stopped our IoT research. We actually wanted to see what was more out there and try to take different angles and look at it. So we're going to talk about now some criminal activities. Criminal opportunities for IoT specifically. But we tend to be more interested in, you have IoT and crime and where that overlaps. We're trying to find that financial overlap where we're trying to really look into where crime and IoT and IIoT are overlapping. For a financial crime, there must be a way to monetize the exposed resource. And that often gets overlooked when people are talking about exposed IoT. But APTs have actually shown interest in the past as well. But what we're seeing here, and when you think about it, is you have to think about, okay, so we have an exposed refrigerator as an example. In this internet connected fridge, depending on how you look at it, what's cool about it? Nice, there's a screen, you can remotely view inside with a camera. But the most important thing here is that it runs Tizen OS, which is an open source Linux kernel. In most cases, the attacker does not care about the amount of milk you have in your refrigerator. It's potentially a hackable computer with some unique benefits. And of course, there's a different for different IoT, there's a different risk profile. Maybe the fridge with a SQL injection flaw, or an industrial robot with proprietary protocols. Those are things you just have to look at slightly differently. But you always have to ask that question: is how can it be monetized? And attackers will be more likely to go after the simpler one and not the fancy one. But there is common differences. There's common differences between a IoT device and a normal computer. So that's what we're always looking at, is how can you, so if you get back to that base OS, then that device is now something that an attacker really wants to be on. And they, as mentioned, they don't necessarily care about what you might think they care about. This is a story from 2015. Many wind and solar farms were found to have a number of exploits on them. Reading more into the vulnerabilities, you could take over and control the effect of the propeller speed and even destroy them. Immediate reaction is hackers can take over the devices and the world will end. But there's a really important distinction here. Again, you have to think about how you monetize it. While this is bad and we need to fix these problems, when we're looking at it from a criminal stance, you have to think about how a criminal can monetize that. Not only IoT devices, but industrial IoT devices, much like the wind farms, are being targeted. Interchangeable terms, which means different things. And we all know that in this group, that when you see ICS, SCADA, critical network, those kinds of things, that you tend to see and understand what that person was trying to mean versus what they actually said. A lot of cases, these things you find them connected. They don't always need to be connected. And so we're just all over the place with what things are. And one of the things that I've noticed in the past few months is the amount of connected systems that are popping up on Shodan, and we're having real conversations about. There was one a couple weeks ago in Northwest Tennessee of a groundwater facility that was being talked about on Twitter inside of the ICS community space. And those things are serious. And when you look at them, you can see the HMI and things like that. But what's more concerning is the amount of exposed PLCs and things like that. At Trend, and one of my last researches from 2020 when I on this space was an industrial honeypot, in which I talked about at S4 by 20, and we'll go into a little bit here. But one of the things that we're trying to do is always try to figure out where that attack is and what potential monetizations criminals might be using. When we think about the number of ICS attacks, and honestly, you only have pretty much a handful of them that have actual code for ICS devices. Most of them stay on the office network. They are phishing, information theft, etc. Ransomwares, we all know, is all the rage right now. So when we're talking over the control level versus what, and most common hacks, even on Windows, even a full RCE is rare. So you don't necessarily always require, a lot of what we need to do requires still human interactions and the ability to move around, escalate, and try to get to the OS. So that's where we're always looking at trying to figure out, not on the left-hand side when you see the HMI, ultimately what a criminal's wanting is on the right-hand side. And later in the presentation, I'll have some examples of real world real world cases of running the honeypot that I'll show you guys on, where attackers don't necessarily care about the control system side of it. So what do you do? What do you do with an IoT botnet? That's a great question. In 2016, again, Mirai, the Mirai botnet ended up taking, the Liberian internet offline. These DDoS attacks can get much worse because the attacker will not they use amplification techniques to make things worse. So we're using small little devices spread throughout the world to do amplification attacks to make our DDoSes worse. In simple terms, DDoS amplification attacks work by the attacker using initial 10,000 machines, and the target contains an exposed system, and you're faking the IP to the victim. These amplification protocols increase the attack by sending large packets to the victim, and then the attack is sent. Therefore, there's a bunch of examples on these, especially like DNS amplification attacks, where you make a small DNS request and then it amplifies to a large amount of requests, which then is a much larger response than goes to the victim. If that's the one, let's say you're looking like you're making the DNS request on their behalf and all of it returns back. There's also other protocols here. I forgot to hit next. Sorry about that. So guess how many of these devices are exposed on the internet there's roughly, when the slide deck was made, 19 million or so. So the DDoS from an infected server could be as million as 19 million devices that are exposed online. That's bad. An attacker could also use the device to send spam, but really that's not the case. Many exposed systems are on residential lines, and that would not expect mail servers. So they will be quickly flagged by our spam systems, and it's not very scalable for the attacker. What about Bitcoin mining? Again, in theory, yes. In practice, getting more popular again, but not for IoT devices, just because, it's such a small amount of memory space and CPU space on these devices. They would be waiting a long time to get richer from a Bitcoin miner of this scheme. So not likely. You see a lot of man in the middles. This is an issue where the infected router has, the actor can see things on that. They can still do SSL interception and look for logins. This happens in a lot of countries outside of the US specifically. There's a lot of banking schemes where they'll use the routers in Brazil to steal banking login information and drain accounts. The same thing goes here for watching webcams. Extortion material requires a lot of manual work and does not scale well, so likely not happening as widespread as you think. Much like the banking information and stuff like that, it's very localized into regions where you see these items happening. They can use it for a VPN. This is a big concern for law enforcement. Using compromised IoT devices for large anonymizing VPN networks is a really great tool for criminals. You'll see SOX proxies as well, not just technically VPNs. Imagine a scenario where the FBI site is compromised from an IP address in Orlando, as an example. That's very interesting. Now, if they start doing and looking into the information, things like that, you're going to get on site, find that there's not really a machine that's compromising it. It's the router itself has been exploited. Or in worst case scenarios, what about our good internet connected fridge? Maybe that was the VPN endpoint. How many forensics experts in the FBI do you think specialize on forensics inside of refrigerators? Or actually in all of us in this conference, how many people could do that? Getting the whole refrigerator back to a lab might even be tricky. And so by default, many of these things are simpler. Many of these devices just do not keep logs at all, because of why would they? Combining that makes this a perfect device for anonymization attacks and anti-forensics. Now, in the example of here's a refrigerator, that's great. But now let's apply that same concept to our controllers and other things. How much forensics can we do on them? How much forensics can, and there's work in this space, but it's always something we need to definitely keep in mind and think about. So do IoT devices get cleaned up? Recently, we released a blog on VPN filter. I'm sure everybody remembers it. Cisco did a great job uncovering this. Recently, we partnered with Shadow Server, who did the takedown of VPN filter, and we wanted to see where the current stance of VPN filter infections were. We wrote a scanning utility that looks for the listener stage. VPN filter has multiple stages, in which stage 1 goes to photo bucket. Stage 2, it goes to a domain called to know all. That's the one that has been sinkholed by Shadow Server. And then the third stage is a listener. So if it can't contact or get information about the C2, it opens a listener. That listener listens on all TCP ports for specific TCP flag. And then it'll decode information out of that packet about where the C2 is. We wrote a really great blog on this. So if you guys have more questions on it, this is our scanning tool that we used. We found that there was still around 1,800 devices that would respond to our query. Out of that query, only 363 devices reached out back to our honeypot system. We were hosting the C2 on. That number is drastically different for lots of given reasons, such as NATs, firewalls, domain names that you can't really reach out to. But out of those 363, this is the distribution we saw. Most of them are still residing in the US. And as a proof that while the 1,800 devices sound is worse than the 363, this is the sinkhole since it started. There's gaps in data due to data center migrations and other outages they were having. But if you can see that curve there, it's not like it really ramped down, and there is no VPN filter still on the internet. The original spike around 15,000 devices down to early 2021. It was around 5,000 devices still left online. So very big. And this is the distribution of those systems as well. You can still see most of those are still in Ukraine, as an example, which was one of the primary targets of the area. Next is Italy, and United States is in there as well. To do that, for us to do that, in the image, I'm sorry, got ahead of myself. The data gaps are based on the shadow. I already mentioned that. Okay, so what we have here is in to know all, we're working on a change within their sinkhole system to provide an actual GPS coordinates in the image that's being hosted. And this is how you calculate how VPN filter calculates the data. to put into the image that was being hosted. So it extracts the C2 information. That image will now be hosted on their sinkhole. And this is what the image will look like due to our partnership with them. We've also worked on the FBI to approve this change, and other global events and administration changes, things like that have slowed this down a little bit. But what we're hoping to do is help take down those infections. So the answer is, do IoT devices get cleaned up? The answer is no. There is still lots of an infection from 2 years ago still out there. So what's one of the reasons why for this? Well, there's no antivirus. Users rarely log in, and often the effects are minor to the systems themselves, so users really don't even notice something's going on. We have a new paper that came out last month, and it's more about the peer-to-peer botnets. And we're seeing those grow over time, and the amount of infections going up. Now, the interesting thing about peer-to-peer botnets is they're impossible to take down. You need to clean these things one by one. So what we've determined is this is probably the eternal botnets. Never going to get rid of the peer-to-peer ones, which is pretty unfortunate. So in our current state today, our monetization models, everything that I've talked about, is router out. Our possible next monetization, and VPN filter did this a little bit, is router in. What is on the inside, we all know. So this is where we started our honeypot project in 2018, finished it in 2019, and wrote about and presented on it last year. This is the system that we came up with. It was using 4 PLCs, and it was a factory that used molding injection processes. And as you can see, those PLCs there, they're real devices. They ran real logic. The factory itself did not exist. We all simulated that data. Simulating data is hard. We have to use faked number generators, which not all PLCs have RNG functions. So that gets pretty interesting. And we also wrote functions to fluctuate the RPMs as in real world, because not every conveyor belt is actually going to always be at the exact same spot all the time. So a lot of realism went into these things. And this is the RNG function that I was talking about. After we make realistic HMIs, we're hoping that somebody comes in here and clicks on things, as you're seeing here. In practice, that didn't really happen. They just minimized everything and did what you're seeing here. In this case, they're deploying, this is a crisis variant, sped up to like 300 times, because this was a 45-minute to an hour attack. And I can't show you that in a 30-minute slide deck. People are mean. Not all people go in. In this case, somebody came in, they minimized a engineering workstation application and wrote a note telling us that we're an idiot, and that they actually extracted all the data from it, and they were going to delete everything and ruin our systems if we don't. So one of the next things was we caught it. So we caught all these things in our honeypot. What was next? And what is next was we are currently building lots of these honeypots. This is an example where we are doing a VPN-based system, and we're taking that information and moving it around. Now, what we're trying to do is try to actually capture people interacting and going after our devices. What we're seeing is, after 1 year of running one of these already, no one is actually attacking our PLCs that are exposed directly to the internet. We only see scanners scanning them. Now, there's lots of reasons and thoughts on that, but we don't think the attackers are interested in going after and causing damage yet, or will be, because it's hard to monetize these things. As you can see, if you can get into the computer, that's where it matters. That's what they want to monetize. So at that point in time, I know this was a lot of information, and I try to do a good, where we are at and why our IoT research kind of relays back into IIoT and why we're keeping a concept on it. But one of the things I always want people to remember is to please think about over time, when you're looking at these things, how can a criminal monetize it? So on that, we'll go over to Q&A.
So, if you manage to finally find out who is exactly listening to you via your toaster, maybe now is the time to, also try to see what else we just don't know about all the securities and cybersecurity measures that we have to find. I hope you enjoyed the conference till now. And now is the time to just go to Exhibitors Network one more time. So try to somehow exchange cards and get to know each other with our one-to-one communication tool. And in half an hour, we're just going to be back with a very interesting topic to discuss. Thank you. Hope you guys enjoyed the networking. Now we're just going to have a very interesting session. So we're going to have two different roundtables. So the roundtable 1 is going to be with Trend Macro, and roundtable 2 is going to be cybersecurity. Just bear in mind that they're going to happen at the same time. In order to enjoy both of these sessions, you have to go to the session tab this time. The first session is going to be IIoT, ICS, cybersecurity, business and technology challenges, and some best practices recommendation by Richard Koo, Senior Vice President of Commercial IoT Security Business and Market Development at Trend Micro. And the second roundtable is going to be cybersecurity, trusts, and common macro concepts with Schneider Electric, a discussion on a key area of cyber risk management beyond the traditional patching focus. And as you remember, Andrew and Megan's conversation before, hopefully they're going to dive deeper into this topic, hopefully with the help of James as a moderator. So without further ado, I would like to ask you to find your best session and try to make sure that you engage with any one of the sessions that is best for you. So good luck. Today is somebody's first day, but it's definitely not our next speaker's first day because Michael Furstenberg is the Director of Industrial Security at Waterfall Security Solutions, and he works in cybersecurity for over 20 years. So he wants to talk about the history and how did we get here, concepts, terminology, and applications, the basics, what makes a difference in the practice, and at the same time, call to actions. Protect our infrastructures and try to get ready for the industrial cybersecurity. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Michael on stage. Michael, the stage is yours.
So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hi, everybody. Mike Furstenberg here. If you sat through my session yesterday afternoon for 4 hours and still came back for more, I'm very, very sorry. But you know, that's your personal problem. I can't really fix that. Anyway, the thought came up as I was having a conversation with a friend in this line of work that today's somebody's first day. Today, somebody is starting on the journey of control system cybersecurity. What do they need to know? And perhaps just as importantly, if I'm hiring that person, what do I need that person to know? So that's where this came from. So, real quickly, and apparently my clicker doesn't work. So that's me. And yeah, sometimes I wear a tie, sometimes I don't. Today is not one of those days. All this, I'm that person who studied chemical engineering and computer science. I'm the engineer with an IT background, or I'm the technology person with an engineering mindset. Who knows? But that's me. That's my background. Summing it up, I used to do stuff. Now I talk about doing stuff. So, without further ado, it's somebody's first day. We know this. They're coming in, and this was huge news about a month and a half ago. The cyber attack in Oldsmar, Florida. The water system was attacked. The county sheriff got online and gave us a 15-minute talk. It was enormous. What happened? Oh my goodness! We're compromised. We're hacked, and yeah, it was huge to us. You think anybody else knew about it? No. The answer is no. Plain and simple. I have a litmus test for how big any of these things are. My uncle and my skiing partner, because we got to use the buddy system, happens to be a plant superintendent, not for water, but in critical infrastructure. So he's my litmus test. Hey, did you hear about this? And a week after when this happened, when I said, hey, did you hear about this? He had no clue. So what really happened is a reasonable question to ask. Was this a reasonable cyber attack? We've got a lot of water people online. I spent 15 years in water and wastewater myself, not literally. I think you don't have to believe me. Ask the water people at another time during the networking. They'll tell you this lie dump was not going to succeed in poisoning people. Between clear wells and tank storage, it would have had to have been running unnoticed for a very long time. This particular attack was destined for failure, and that all of that is assuming that no sensor would have caught it. That said, that doesn't mean we should turn a blind eye to this. This is indicative of the problem that we've been fighting for decades now. This is no different than the first attack on, it was a wastewater system in Mauritiusshire 22 years ago. In concept, it's no different. The system that we use for critical infrastructure, for industrial automation, was connected to the internet, was connected to a public network. Problem. That's the problem. We keep making the same mistake. So we can't completely say, yeah, that wasn't going to work, so don't even worry about it. That would be the wrong. That response would be just as wrong as raising the alarm level to 11. It's indicative of a very serious problem. The fact that this one particular attack was destined for failure doesn't mean we can ignore it. So what else was in the news? Oh yeah, we've all heard of Sunburst. Everybody on this call today has heard of Sunburst. It's huge. 18,000 sites were compromised. It's enormous in scope. It's the biggest hack ever. That's what we keep hearing. But I claim it's a near miss. This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the sensationalism of reporting, and no offense to any reporters in the crowd here, because I recognize this is what we got to do to get the attention on it. But you can read that statement on your own time. The Pearl Harbor of American IT. No. Just no. Take a step back. What went boom? Oh yeah, there were 0 reports of operational systems affected by malware. It's enormous in scope, but it's a near miss. What it is, once again, is not something we can ignore. It's something that we have to pay attention to because it's indicative of the problem. It's using systems in disparate levels of risk. It's just like sharing a management system across the perimeter is just like sharing the authentication system across the perimeter, or it's stuff you shouldn't be doing. The guidance has been clear for decades now. Don't do it. Don't connect to the internet. Don't share your systems between levels of risk. And that's what we're here to talk about. So maybe one of these two things is what got your attention and brought you from information security to industrial security, and they are very different things. If you don't believe me, I did 4 hours on why they're different yesterday, so go check that out sometime. Maybe this is what brought you in. Maybe this is what told your company, hey, we need a industrial security program. So what do I need to know? Well, let's take a quick quiz. And I don't want to waste too much time. So, if you just want to throw in your chat window, these are 2 graphics from United States government documentation on security for industrial control systems. One of them is from 2006. One of them is from 2016. Which is which? So if you want to throw in the chat window, what's the one on the left, 06 or 16? So those of you who said 16, you were right. The one on the left is 16. The one on the right is 06. What does it all mean? There's a lot of similarities between these two graphics. That the reality is, it means we need new blood because we're kind of stagnant. That's why it being your first day or your new hire's first day here is so important. Otherwise, we're going to keep rehashing the same old tired arguments over and over again. So, armed with that, let's jump in. We've got to set the ground rules. We've got to agree to a couple of fundamental truths. With all due respect to the truths discussion in the networking session between lunch and now, that was fun. I did want to chime in, but I was busy throwing food in my face, so I really didn't feel like that would be appropriate on camera. One of my favorites is everybody believes it's not if, it's when. Well, thank you very much for the defeatist attitude. Should I pack up and go home since I can't do it? No, obviously there are challenges. It's not easy. If it was easy, it'd be done already. But it's not easy. The key here is to remember nothing is secure. It's not possible to be secure. You can be more secure. You can be less secure. Anybody who tells you you can be secure, they're selling something. Just remember that. So that, another fundamental truth here, all software can be hacked. There was a lot of discussion about vulnerabilities and how we classify vulnerabilities, and I've done work on that myself. Most of it I'm completely ashamed of. So don't research any of the vulnerability stuff I've done. It's not good. So we have to accept it as a fundamental truth that software is written by humans. Humans make mistakes, and there's going to be bugs, and those bugs we can be hacked. The last thing we need to accept as a fundamental truth is that all cyber attacks are, in fact, information. When we try to communicate over TCP/IP, it's back and forth, SYN, SYNAC, ACK, etc. It's query and response, and we hope the response is is the response to the question we asked. It might not be. It might be information that contains a cyber attack. But at the end of the day, every cyber attack's information. That's what we're here to remember. So let's go back in time and take this 1 year at a time. Well, not really 1 year at a time, but we'll start in 2002, because that's the first time that there was a large scale gathering devoted to the concept of industrial control system cybersecurity. We know it better as WISECon. It's no longer WISECon. I don't remember what it is now, but it's that's where a journey started for a lot of us. Up until that point, we were in our own little hole fighting with whatever we had with us in the hole. This is where we started to learn that, hey, we're not alone. So it wasn't, that was it for a while, for years. We all kind of retreated into ourselves. We saw a lot of companies establishing security programs. There were literally dozens of cybersecurity professionals worldwide at this point, focused on industrial automation and control system cybersecurity. There wasn't training like this. There wasn't a conference like this. But we all knew each other, so we found a way to communicate. Things started to change a little bit in 2006. That's when SANS came out with their ICS and security conference. That was the first publishing of the multi-state ISAC procurement guidance. That was procurement language for industrial control systems cyber security. And it was absolutely fantastic. Kudos to Will Pelgrin, who organized that task force across the multi-state ISAC, got everybody involved, government, asset owners, vendors, everybody jumped in, and it was a great piece of work. And, you know, it's still out there today, and it's been kept up. You don't have to, you know, put your head in the sand. And this is why we have to look at our history, because if it's our first day, if it's our new hires' first day, we might not know that there's a document out there that gives us the basics, including the language for cybersecurity procurement language for industrial control systems. Yeah, this is when we really started to go out into the public. 2007 Aurora was the big piece of information. I've heard people say that after the Aurora demonstration, there were only 2 utilities that actually reached out to figure out what it meant. I was one of them. I was working for a large company at the time, calling up our suppliers going, hey, what are you doing about this? Because I don't want to be without power. So there's a lot of misinformation about this particular experiment. People tend to abuse it for lack of a better term. Oh, that could never happen. With our DPCDs, they don't work that way, or hey, we wouldn't design it that way, or what, all kinds of excuses, and you missed the point. What was the point of this? This was a project, DOE project out at INL, Idaho National Labs. Very simple goal: prove that you can do physical damage in the real world using a cyber attack. Because up until that point, yeah, we were talking about it, but had anybody actually done it? Now it's done. Now it's proven you can do it. So it happened. It's real. Once again, much like Florida, would it happen in reality? That's not for me to say. I'm not an electrical engineer. I'm a chemical engineer. But yeah, if we focus on that portion alone, we're kind of missing the point. So, 2008 rolls around, and we get this brand new tool, the CS2SAT, which came on a CD. For those who've never heard of a CD, it's compacted. No, the point here is we now had a way to assess our systems ourselves. We didn't have to call in the experts. In some cases you might have had some expert help depending on your geography and what was going on in the socio-political economic world at the time. So you might have had help there. Some of my facilities did. It wasn't just this country. CPNI was putting out good practice guides in 2008. It was really worldwide. Hey, this is what you can do with your stuff that you own. And why that was important was because, that was the defense. The offense was coming along too. And this is the first time we saw industrial control system exploit code and Metasploit. So that was interesting. Also interesting was the fact that in 2008, the 2007 effort of the Roadmap to Secure Control Systems in the Water Sector was published, and it was good. And because water and wastewater, everybody likes to say water doesn't have any cybersecurity requirement. Well, yes, they do. First of all, there's guidelines through AWWA, but at the end of the day, it's the product that matters. That's what we're trying to secure, and we have quality assurance guidelines. We have we know what has to be done, and if cybersecurity is just a part of that. We started in water and wastewater long time ago, putting it together ourselves. 2009, electric systems fight back against against themselves effectively because they're, but the more fun in 2009 were two things that came out. One being Shodan. If you're not familiar with Shodan, think of it as Google for physical systems. You can search the internet to find cyber physical systems. Megan talked about it during the session leading up into this about how the ICS HMI is announcing to anybody who scans it with Nmap, hey, I'm HMI over here. And yeah, it does that. And if it didn't do that, we'd use some other means of figuring out what it is. It does that for convenience. If we had to, we'd use P0F to find out the operating system. We can go back in time if we need to. These tools still work. 2009 was also the birth of the phrase IT-OT convergence. Most people who work in OT still don't know they're OT. You do a survey, go ask them. No, they say, no, I'm maintenance services. No, I'm production. No, I'm design engineering. I'm construction. They have no idea they're OT. That's what other people call them. So if you're using that phrase OT, they don't know what it is. And it certainly isn't converged. I liken IT-OT convergence to the weather. Once again, everybody's talking about it. Nobody's doing anything. And I'll continue to say that for the foreseeable future because it's still going down that same route. Security through obscurity. Everybody talked about that during the break. This is when you really had to stop using it as an excuse with Shodan, with open source intelligence and so on. But the reality is, if your security depends in any way, shape, or form on the fact that nobody but you knows what you've got, you're sunk. You can't do that. Drink. Yeah, for those at home playing the control system cybersecurity drinking game, you know what that says. And therefore, you know what you have to do. For those of you on your first day, there's a drinking game that goes along with this profession. So 2007 rolls around and we learn a valuable lesson as everybody turns their attention towards vulnerabilities and compliance grows out of that because it's easy. This was referenced earlier, Project Basecamp out of the S4 conference. It's Black Hat for industrial control systems. It's this is proof. This is the facts that we now know we're vulnerable, and now we know just how easy it is for a threat to exploit our vulnerabilities if our vulnerabilities are exposed to that threat. 2013, 13 Ways Through a Firewall. That was a beautiful piece of work. It's been redone for 2021, brand new. So I encourage everybody to go out and read that. Once again, if you don't know your level of exposure, you're kind of kidding yourself. Compliance continues to be the dominant topic at conferences all over the world. But all of this, and particularly 13 Ways Through a Firewall, it demonstrates with proof that firewalls are appropriate in the information security world where you're securing information. They're appropriate for conduits within zones. In our world, they may not be the most appropriate solution for all of the conduits between zones of dissimilar risk. We heard it talked about earlier how the technology, there's no more IT, there's no more OT, there's just T. And that may be true. That my PLCs are running Intel processors. Yeah, absolutely. Wait a minute. the risk is entirely different. The consequence of my database getting hacked is not the same as my VFD motor getting hacked. Yeah, the one I can restore from backup, I can't restore the plant from backup. The risk is different, so that's why the solutions need to be different. 2014 rolls around, Heartbleed comes into town. Why is Heartbleed relevant? It's just another realization that maybe this open source thing isn't our savior. Maybe proprietary. Who knows? That's a religious argument. I'm not going to take a side on that one. Havox was particularly interesting. When you think about that and you think about the Sunburst malware and how both were deployed, So for all those new folks, all those on their first day, might want to learn lessons, might want to look back at the past so that those who we've heard it, I forget who said it, those who do not learn their history are doomed to repeat it. Yeah, guess what we just did 7 years later. Ukraine, and yeah, more Ukraine. We heard about it. And for anybody who doesn't know, Ukraine transmission and distribution companies got attacked to an extent. The reality is their systems were just used inappropriately. The attackers came in through their remote access solutions and used their control system, HMI, to do stuff that the owner of the system didn't want done. Is it a cyber attack? Is it misuse? Is it abuse? Is it E&O? I don't know. You can call it what you want. At the end of the day, the attackers did take things a step further, breaking some infrastructure out there. So that's definitely a cyber attack, no matter what vocabulary you're using. And other stuff happens. Ukraine happens again at the end of 2016. We still talk about it in 2017. The Trident attack comes along, and ransomware starts hitting everybody. This is different. This is new because ransomware was supposed to be government, nation-state level attacks, and now all of a sudden it's just organized crime using it. And that's basically what we're up against is the fact that what was yesterday's nation-state level attack is today's common malware, and we've got to deal with it. The other lesson there is that safety systems are not immune, so they can be attacked just like a control system, and that's going to continue until we really do something about it. You heard me say it earlier. And this is something that anybody who was with me yesterday afternoon knows I feel very strongly about. You won't hear me say, buy my stuff, it's secure, or buy my stuff, it'll make you secure. Remember, you are the only one who can define what your security level should be. I cannot tell you what your security level should be. If you're waiting for me to tell you, I'm going to keep saying it depends. So 2020, SolarWinds, see earlier. Be remiss if we didn't talk at least a little bit and recognize the fact that COVID has changed the way everybody works. So remote access security is in fact relevant. We talk about it's not if, it's when, and how defeatist that attitude is. Well, it's also just plain wrong. It might be relevant in the IT world, but when you come and it's your first day in control systems, try saying that to the folks at the plant who are thinking about it in terms of thinking about information, thinking about cybersecurity as a parallel to physical security. And they're thinking, well, if somebody walked in off the street and busted into my control room and sat down in the chair in front of the HMI, it's not if, it's when. No, that's not real. Come on now. Don't do that. Just don't bring that attitude. So Common excuses, I'm running out of time. You're going to hear people say this. I heard a PhD say this 2 months ago. I don't have to outrun the bear. I only have to outrun you. Yeah, well, there's more than one bear, and some of the bears actually want to eat me, and so on and so on and so on. Risk, I could do an hour on risk alone, so catch me some other time. This is what we're looking at for 2021. This is what we've got to find a way to do. We've got to find a way for that correct level of integration, putting the right conduits in place between our zones to make sure that we're extending the appropriate level of cybersecurity to all of our systems. And hopefully I did this a little bit of justice. I work for Waterfall. We do stuff. We're a technology vendor. Look us up. Come by our booth or something. I don't know. And we have resources. These are free. waterfall-security.com/resources. Great podcast, videos in the 3 to 5 minute range, little snippets to learn stuff, and of course the book. Blah. I think I made it. Did I make it? I don't know. We can play a game if you want. You tell me. I'm going to move over to 10-minute Q&A.
Perimeter control, behavioral monitoring, and threat intelligence are all well-established and valuable components of any security program. But let's be perfectly clear, significant residual risk still resides in many OT assets. Rick Kahn, Vice President of Solution at Verve Industrial Protection, is going to talk about rapidly reducing the OT cyber risk through IT endpoint management. So I'm sure a lot of you guys are happy to hear his opinion about that. So without taking any more time from Rick, the stage is yours, and we're looking forward to hear you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. My name is Rick Kahn. I'll be talking about OT security from an endpoint perspective. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you here, and I hope this session is of use. We do have a Q&A after the fact, and my contact information will be at the end as well. So first and foremost, what would I like to try and share? I'd like to do a bit of an introduction to myself and the company that I work for. Talk a little bit about what I see as a market trend in OT security in general. And what I've seen for trends in this space in terms of trying to achieve OT security, and sometimes not always being willing to do the heavy lifting of the hard stuff. It kind of forms a basis for my premise around this argument today. And then some suggestions around what we're seeing that is working. And again, it's around the title, rapid reduction in security risk. My premise is that, if we continue to work around the periphery and not tackle it head on, we won't make any progress. Whereas if we do dig in, we can make a significant change pretty quickly, and I hope to share some of that with you today, which is where the results drive. And finally, a conclusion, hopefully leaving a few highlights with you, a few more salient points. We have about a half an hour, and hopefully I time this well enough to not go too fast. But again, there will be a Q&A after the fact. So by way of introduction, I think there's two things that I need to share. One is who I work for, which forms a lot of what we're doing and offering to clients in this space. And the second is what I actually do in my perspective. So my company, I think you've probably heard of before. We've been a participants in the Cyber Senate sessions many times before. James and his team are very good at putting on a great show and bringing good speakers, even though I made it into the lineup. He has a very interesting cross-section of subjects, so we're very happy to be here. And the reason why we think we need to be here is that we are, first and foremost, an OT solutions provider. Our founder is a systems integrator. We speak the OT language, and everything I'm going to talk about today and ever have talked about with Cyber Senate is based on our 30-year history in plants, and the security platform specifically has been around for 13 of those 30 years. So everything we're talking about is proven safe in OT environments of all sizes and shapes around the world, quite literally. We do provide software and services, both for cybersecurity, for real-time systems, historians, loop tuning, plant performance, process improvement, etc., as well as automation engineering. I myself have been working for a company like Verve or similar companies for my full 20 years in this space. So what I'm saying isn't a whole bunch of sales. This is what I call solutions. I'm the solutions lead of our solutions department. And for 20 years, I've been helping clients match where they are in the process to what tools and functions are available and what's required towards a mutually agreeable, sustainable end state. And as you see, the one thing that I really like, regardless of where I worked, you having worked for some of the names you probably recognize, I love where I'm at now because we can be vendor neutral. We can help a client with their entire security program as opposed to just a subset of it. So why do I think there's a chance for improvement? Well, usually that means that there's something wrong with what we're doing. So let's just dig into that a little bit. Let's be honest. Perimeter security has had plenty of attention. Network segmentation, the zones and conduit Purdue model, IEC 62443, and even to a large extent some of the passive tools. But really, we've seen an uptick since people have their segments typically usually laid out. Not everybody's in that bucket yet. But many are turning to next steps. Once we have sort of a perimeter protection or zones and conduits, we then ask what's the next step. And the next two things we most often see, and I often see when people coming to ask us what we can do and how we can help them, is that they don't necessarily know their inventory and really want to understand the vulnerabilities attached with that inventory. So what do we have and how bad is it? And the result, unfortunately, I say unfortunately, but I'll clarify that, is that many have turned to passive anomaly detection. Now, don't get me wrong, passive anomaly detection is an outstanding technology. I'm quite excited by it, and I think it's an and rather than an or to what I'm presenting today. So I'm not saying to throw it out, but I am proposing that it's perhaps the wrong tool for this particular job, or the right tool, but for the wrong job. And why is it that passive anomaly detection is so appealing? Well, because it's non-invasive. You sit and you listen on a span or tap port, you listen to packets, and you at least understand monitoring. You're the canary in the coal mine, as it were. So if something goes wrong, God forbid, we'd at least know about it. And the bonus is that you get somewhat of an inventory out of it. But the reality is, when you start to dig in a little bit to the quality and the quantity of the data and what you're going to actually use it for, you find that you're a little bit exposed. And we have many clients that have got passive and are happy with it, but are really going back to the drawing board after the fact, because they do need a different level of inventory. They need that endpoint data in a much more robust fashion. So again, absolutely fantastic technology. Not saying you should scrap it. I'm saying you need to now go to the next step. And what that is driven by what is a typical day in the life in OT. This particular patch urgency decision tree, I believe I took from the IEC 62443 patching work group, which talks about what you need to know within patching. And in an OT environment, for anyone from the IT world learning today, hopefully, about what the challenges are in OT, you can't just patch. You need to have a plan B, a plan C, and a plan D, because when you get to the does it impact ICS, if the answer is yes, you need all this other information and ability to potentially provide workarounds or compensating controls outside of patching. But to be able to even understand this information, you need so much data around the asset, its context to operations, its other security indicators, its complexity, is it redundant or not, is it in a particular location belonging to a particular part of the process. All of those need to factor into the patch or no patch, or compensating controls, or accept the risk. And so when you realize that this level of data from multiple disciplines is what's actually required to make intelligent, informed decisions into the next steps of your security program beyond perimeter protection, and now actually going to where the risk resides, you'll realize that you need to go back to the inventory well once again. I couldn't find the stat in time for this presentation, but I believe it was a year or so ago. It was FireEye were pointed out that 90% of OT incidents were land and expand or launched by and from OS type of assets and IT type of assets in the OT space, the same ones that have the risk, but that we can't do the same protections with. So what do we really need? When you look back at the slide I just showed you, you're probably, and this is not only what you need, but the typical journey that many people take. And I chuckle because this is where passive got us. Let's get hardware, let's figure out what we have. But the reality is we then need to know what are the vulnerabilities that are published on that system, because it's great to know that I've got a number of these, but how many do I have? How are they configured? What is their vintage of OS? How are they, what do they have for users and software, et cetera? And so we want to know information that then includes what are the vulnerabilities. And once you know the vulnerabilities, here's all the risks that are out there. Well, what is available for a patch to fix them? And by the way, this patching pass is, the first pass is great, but every single operating entity is great. You can tell me the patches. Can you tell me what my vendor approves or not, right? Because there's a subset here. Again, into plan B and C, there's a patch, but if it's not approved by the vendor, well, how is it configured? Can I disable the remote desktop, or can I disable the guest account or the attack vector that's being exploited by the particular risk? And if so, how many places do I do that, and how do I pull that off? Users and accounts. I've got some stats from a case study coming up that scares me, again, that you hear about data on the endpoint that doesn't come through in a passive solution, but is absolutely paramount to your ability to make informed decisions. Other security markers like anti-malware, backup, et cetera, or what zone of the network environment it is. Do we need to worry about network-based attack vectors on a dumb file server down in layer 2 of the Purdue model? But the key is OT context. I could show you 100 or 1,000 missing patches and vulnerabilities. We don't start at the top of the alphabet. We don't necessarily start at our most critical asset, but we certainly have different considerations and recommendation for a high impact asset as opposed to a low impact asset or a redundant asset. If I get a new patch, I'm probably going to test it on a redundant historian or domain controller before I do it on an engineering station, for example. So understanding all of this is a key component. And the better that you can either automate and or integrate these is important. If you don't believe me, let's look at the current job market. Now, this data is a little bit old. I think I used this last year, but it hasn't changed a whole lot. When you look at the JobSeek cybersecurity database, CyberSeek job database, you can see that at least these three categories, and partially this one in the middle, would account for primarily management tasks. And clearly, 2/3 to 3/4 are around endpoint management. So why can OT think they can get away with it and be differently? Whereas on the actual analysis and alerting sort of perimeter stuff, only 1/4 of jobs are potentially required for monitoring. The bulk of outstanding jobs and lack of people in need for improvement is in the endpoint management. Okay. Now, we've already painted that OT has a very interesting and unique approach for it. And secondly, that's very important. So how do I recommend a resolution? What is it that I'm saying you need to do different from simply perimeter monitoring? Well, to us, security is a program. It's not a project. It's not a point-in-time tool. An annual assessment is great, but it ages immediately and it's out of date within weeks, if not a month or two. And so what we 100% advocate is going directly to the endpoint. We advocate a very robust asset inventory. We advocate using an agent. Why do we want to use an agent? Well, there's already 3 or 4 or 5 agents on those HMIs and engineering stations. They're doing things like providing antivirus, whitelisting, or backup solutions. Why can't an agent also profile for me and protect that endpoint? If you recall, I'd said that we've been putting agents on OT environments for 13 years. We've never tripped a plant or voided a warranty. We've proven that you can do it. Use agentless to profile your networking gear, your embedded PLCs, relays, controllers, etc. And you build yourself a robust inventory that tells you hardware, software, and inventory. But because I'm going right to the endpoint, I can also see how they're configured. I can see what users and accounts and software, etc. are on them. And if I start to build context around it by pulling in the backup status, the antivirus status, or tribal knowledge from the operators as to asset impact, criticality, location, ownership, etc., I now am building a live and automated update that provides context. So instead of just saying I've got 10,000 risks, I can say I've got 10,000 risks, but here's the 1,000 that are high, that are critical risk. And of those 1,000, here's the 300 that are associated with high impact assets. And of those 300 that are high impact assets with a critical risk, I can further filter to those that failed their most recent backup. That half dozen or dozen systems that meet those criteria allow you to take your scarce resources and direct them directly at your highest risk, that is a failed backup on a high impact asset with a critical risk. That context is only available if you build that 360-degree view around the asset. It goes immediately back to that decision tree I showed you earlier. I need that data in a timely fashion, and it needs to update as I go for it to be of any value for me. But once I have that, I have an extremely compelling and powerful ability to pivot into any specific security function I want, which is where we get to the next part. The same advocacy for the agent means that I can also use the agent to make changes safely in an OT environment. I'll talk about how that looks with the scarce resources in a large global enterprise in a moment. But if you build this stack together, automated inventory, other security indicators, and operational context with the ability to make corrections, you can then alert on changes or deviations, and the reporting becomes a live assessment. No more do you need to pay money on an annual assessment that ages the minute you hand it over. You could have a live assessment so that as you're making progress, you see that you're improving in certain areas or on certain tasks. Or conversely, something like Bluekeep comes out, you drop it in this same database, and because you have all of the context, and you can see, for example, Bluekeep goes after a guest account remote desktop, I can see how many places have guest account enabled. I immediately have that insight that you don't have today. It's a game-changing perspective on giving you empirical data live that allows you to take that data and then pivot into what the most important action is in the right order that makes the most sense for your organization. So how does it look architecturally? The database, this is what we call our think global and act local, because we always get operational type scared when we talk about taking action on the data we're seeing in a dashboard. So what I'm showing here is you can have multiple facilities, each with their own agent and agentless data collection on the endpoints, pushing into a central database. And the central database or multiple databases can push to a single reporting instance. that reporting instance is able to give you visibility fleet-wide. So when you have a small team that sees something like Bluekeep come out, that small team can drop the Bluekeep mapping into your database and see exactly what that risk means for your organization. They can then, in a very targeted way, be able to use the agent and the architecture to start to preload the Bluekeep files on the endpoints, not necessarily install them. Or they can use the agent to change registry settings, like disabling remote desktop, at least on lower level devices that don't need to have it enabled, or even disabling or renaming or deleting the guest account. The point is, you can have a small central team, do compensating controls while you plan what your overall strategy is going to be to tackle your patching of a wide fleet of assets. And because these files are slowly making their way on low bandwidth or store and forward type of architecture, when the time comes for you to start running your patch testing, i.e. on that domain controller or that redundant historian I talked about earlier, you'll have all the data at your fingertips ready to go. Now, you can build your if-then and your knowledge statements up here once and share it across your whole fleet. So the other time savings, if a particular third-party vendor with an application you use, like a historian or a loop tuning process, were to say they had a security update outside of patching, you could drop that same data, single research, single analysis, drop it in the data and see where it maps to your assets in your environment. That if-then statement says, if you have this version of software, then here's your update. It shows in your dashboard. As you do the remediation, that reflects also in your dashboard as you make progress. So a couple of key components to make sure we share from it. And then I've got a slide that talks a little bit about some of the real world learnings and the benefits and the improvements that this particular organization made. So when you build an automated inventory with context into a single reporting instance, and the context includes other security investments, OT operational impact, national vulnerability database mapping, etc., or even if you subscribe to something like a threat intelligence or a passive anomaly detection list of alerts, pull those alerts in and map them back to your assets. You get live context across multiple disciplines. You can look at this from software, from users, from patching, from secure configuration. How are your firewalls configured? How would you like to be able to look in a dashboard and see just how many of your firewalls aren't following the DISA-STIG standard for secure firewalls that the DHS puts out? This near real-time view, in turn, provides you the opportunity to accurately assess your needs. I could walk into anywhere. I had a plant manager once tell me, so you're here to do an assessment, and you're going to tell me that I don't patch my systems and I don't change any passwords. How does that help me? That's a great question. If I have a risk on an endpoint that's tied to a network-based attack vector low in the stack and the vendor doesn't approve it, am I going to do it or not? Well, that's up to you as an organization, but I can give you the data to allow you to build a threshold over which you act and below which you don't. You can't do that without multiple contexts. So this allows you to move from noise to accurate and contextual risk management. Just because the NVD says the score should be between 9.6 and 9.8 doesn't mean that 9.8 translates to your environment. And I just remind you back to the Bluekeep case study that I was talking about a moment ago. I've also presented that one in previous sessions. If you wanted to go look back at James's archives, we talk in detail about the life before and after of trying to patch multiple assets in multiple locations when something like Bluekeep comes out. And the order of magnitude savings in terms of rapidly reducing is, I think that particular case study, the client went about without this type of architecture, 2,700 hours over 10 weeks, 6 or 8 guys at various levels of full-time. And after the fact, they did that same thing with 3 guys in 300 hours. So huge difference. I mean, the order of magnitude is insane. And again, the improvements are reflected in your dashboard as you progress. So really you're investing in a real-time monitor for your entire system for that endpoint. This is where you rapidly reduce the risk. And the other converse is true. When something comes out, a new risk, they instantly map to your fleet. So when the news hits the news wire that a new risk or a new vulnerability has been released or identified, and your CISO is going to phone you or your board's going to ask you, do we have it covered? You'll be able to look exactly at what you have or don't have and what your current status is. So let me show you what that looks like. Because it's a real-time, not real-time, I'm talking operational, we're not doing sub-second, but we have clients updating their data as frequently as every 15 minutes. So a central headquarters is looking at multiple operating facilities to a central headquarters data center, and the data is never more than 15 minutes old. So the best benefit that we find you can do this with is to use this for continuous risk assessment. We put this in at a client, a global manufacturing client. You can read some of the stats there. But they had a combination of various programs and projects and leaders and initiatives and budgets and et cetera. And they had a sort of a collection of different things they were doing well or not so well. So that would call them a mid-level for maturity. They did have some segmentation. They had some antivirus and some whitelisting, et cetera. But was very patchwork in their effort and their deployment. So we brought the technology in as opposed to doing a paper-based assessment. And you immediately offset the cost of the software with some of that. The difference was we deployed the end management and automated reporting into their environment, and we pushed it to a dashboard. And then we went in with them to those dashboards. And we assessed the information that we're able to glean from that view. And those dashboards are still live today. So as they make changes, they improve, and as they go the wrong way, they turn more red from yellow and green. And some of the main findings, there were roughly 400 devices not patched for WannaCry, not Petya. But they also found 5 dual home machines. So despite their best interest in network segmentation and DMZ, they found 5 systems that were on different zones or segments that they shouldn't have been. And on those 5, 4 of them were running TeamViewer. So clearly there was a local effort to find ways into the environment that the typical remote desktop or the jump box wasn't working. And so they were effectively undoing a lot of their controls. They also, from a user review perspective, found 47 administrative accounts of departed employees on what were considered either medium or high impact assets. So their security process for removing users from endpoints, while paper-based and well-intentioned, wasn't making it through to the endpoints. And again, this is why I talk about the endpoint. Passive doesn't see dormant accounts. Passive doesn't see software that's not actively running. If you really want to know where your risk is, you got to go ask the source. The other thing they found was that while they had a group policy active directory around changing passwords every 90 days, somebody didn't design it right. They didn't set the flag that said they had to use a new password or couldn't reuse the last 3 or 5 or 6. And so the entire facility was running on 3.5-year-old passwords because they kept changing it to the same password, so nobody had to learn anything new. And they also had a large percentage of end-of-life assets. Everybody I talk to says, yeah, I'm pretty sure we got some old stuff out there, not sure how many or where or when, but that sort of life cycle visibility for planning and system health is instrumental in building successive year-over-year improvements and continuous compounding of your investment into returns. Now, the funny thing about this plant was that we did this first one, and I'm going to show you some of the specific findings they found outside of just technical controls. Evidence of things that pointed to a lack of procedure or lack of following the procedure. This is sort of another way of looking at the same results. They found that as they went through to the next sites, the first site started using this technology to correct it. So when we came back to show the board, the first site wasn't nearly as bad as the original report, but it was because they took the opportunity within this context to immediately get to work and start to remediate some of the risk. The other thing it allowed them to do, because we can do multi-site, is we compared multiple sites against each other, but also against emerging internet security, security standards like this one, the CSC20. And so you could see we had a scoring which we kept from this public audience, but that the sites themselves were scored on their ability to achieve certain levels of maturity within CSC. And you can see that, site 3 was by far the least secure. But nonetheless, you can see that you not only are able to measure individual endpoints, but you can measure against your other assets, you can measure against best practices, any sort of thing you want to help to decide as an organization, if we're more concerned about malware versus software or configurations, that's fine. You can pick and choose once you have the data at your fingertips. A couple other screens I wanted to share that were of interest. They found a lot of shared accounts, multiple shared logins, local admins, and dormant administrative passwords and users. This is a big deal, and things that, again, you find when you go to the endpoint. These are land and expand and exploitable components. We found that remote access, especially in the time of COVID, there was no defined standard for how users are connecting remotely, utilizing a VPN, or which devices were being used as jump boxes and how those devices were configured. And so we're able to, again, understand a lot about their information and help them to use that data to plan what their next steps should be. So I've only got one more slide. It's my conclusion. I just want to hit upon a few of the highlights. So my conclusion is, first and foremost, automation is your friend. Paper-based assessments, one-time manual walkdowns for inventory, even arguably vulnerability scanning, which is periodic and under controlled circumstances in OT, they're all prone to age of data and therefore atrophy of the information. The more you can automate, the better off you'll be. You have real-time data, real-time risk, and real-time understanding of the assets. That gives you the ability to act with context, which is my second point. Context is king. You need to go beyond the MAC and IP. You need to get the source. If I'm a hall monitor at a school, I can see kids that hurry at the last minute when the bell rings. I can see you kids are early, some are tall, some are short. I don't know anything about them. I don't know about their hygiene, their diet, their exercise, their education, their age, their family life, or anything. If I'm the school counselor and I go and interview each and every one of these in person and I have access to their records, I have a completely different ability to connect with them and to manage and to help them. The other thing to remember is these environments are more dynamic than you think. My first silver bullet that I saw 15, 10, 12 years ago was when whitelisting was going to be the savior for OT. Another way to put something on the endpoints and not really worry about doing the heavy lifting. But they're actually more dynamic than we think. As systems get upgraded and risks come out and people are going to Industry 4.0 and digital transformation and cloud this, more and more stuff is being pushed into that space with less and less people to watch it. If we don't tackle it head on, we'll continue to be outgapped and outpaced by how much risk is there versus how much we understand it and how well we're reducing it. And then the ability to take actions. The other challenge I have with a number of inventory tools and even passive as an inventory is that they're great for read-only and alerting, but they're not great for correcting. I can tell you how much risk you have and where it is. If you're not ready to take action on it, we're not going to get any better. That's really the value here, is the context and the visibility, but the mechanisms to correct and to make things better. And again, the more flexible, the better. We can't always just patch. So if my agent can pull your patching, great. If you can't, but it can disable an account or uninstall a problematic piece of software, then I'm helping you with that plan B and plan C. And you're also going to be much better off if you can tie multiple tools together. Not just context of the asset, but context of what other levers you have to pull. We can't always run the patch, but maybe we can rerun a backup or deploy a whitelisting tool. So I'm almost at the end of my time. I've not seen any note from the moderator. So there's no questions, at least within this format. I'm going to wrap up and show you my contact information. If any of you are interested in learning more about this, we have been doing this for a number of years. In the last 5 years, we've significantly expanded our team and our reach. We are in multiple industry verticals all around the world, and we can scale to whatever size or shape your organization might like. I'm also happy to share with you what does or doesn't work. There is my contact information and our website. We also have some instructional videos and a little bit of videos on our resources page. But in a moment, I'm going to pause and jump over to the Hopin platform, where I'll be live for any sort of Q&A or other session questions or clarifications anybody might have. And I do very much welcome your feedback, whether it's just curiosity about it or asking more about the case studies or wanting to actually engage in a one-on-one conversation. So I thank you all for coming, and I appreciate your time, and I hope this is worth your while, and I hope to see you over in the session. Thank you very much.
Embedded Device Resistance to Cyber Attack. Doug Dugber, Senior Strategist at Red Balloon Security, is going to talk about the embedded devices as the key interface to the physical world, and also at the same time, the device that is going to protect us against the physical aspects and the damages that are happening based on that. David Doggett has years of experience in this field, so I'm sure that he's going to go through all of this topic and is going to give us all the insight that we need into this topic. So without further ado, I would like to welcome David, and David, the stage is yours.
Hey everybody, David Doggett from Red Balloon Security. So I have a couple things for you this afternoon. One is a talk on embedded device resistance to cyber attacks, why we should be looking at the firmware in those devices and what can be done. And then I also have some demonstrations about what can happen. It's kind of a fun demonstration on what can happen if there is some things done to the firmware in the devices. So as normal for the others, we'll do about 30 minutes, and then we've got about a 10-minute Q&A following this. So myself, like I said, David Doggett, seems like I've spent a lifetime in industrial control systems, probably not as much time as some people here, but getting closer to 30 years now in industrial control. I did start out on electrical panels, SCADA, HMI, PLCs and things. Went through development and eventually into cybersecurity in the last 10 years or so. Something we're going to talk about a little bit later on is back 20 years ago, the amount of care that was taken around every byte in communication, and things like range checking in the SCADA, range checking in the PLCs and the RTUs, because that can be used to prevent some of the attacks that we see. Red Balloon Security. So Red Balloon Security is one of the leading security provider and a research firm for embedded devices across all different industries. So Red Balloon Security is a specialist in embedded devices and embedded device security. That's where we focus. We stay there. We're not working up in the network or the cloud or anything else. We have a group of experts who are dedicated to the devices themselves. We do work across all different segments, relevant to some of the people here, the electrical grid, the industrial control systems, the BMS, and communication systems, network devices, radios, and things like that. We offer on the research side, a lot of research we do to stay current with what can happen in the devices, what some of the attacks could be doing on those devices, so we really understand them. And then the flip side to that, we offer some technology to prevent against those types of attacks. So like I said, we're going to go through today embedded devices. I'm sure a lot of people know, but the interface to the physical world, why I see protecting those devices as key, especially with where some of the cyber attacks are headed, with the vulnerabilities on those devices, with the desire to cause disruption and potentially damage, why modifying those devices at the firmware level is going to be key to that. Systems will be compromised, so everybody kind of knows and accepts that. But how easy or hard is it to compromise the devices after that and the firmware in the devices? I'll show you some examples. And then what can we do to protect those devices? And so we can do a lot of things that we do at the moment where we wrap devices in security, we wrap layers around. A lot of that's around detecting and raising the bar, but there's things we can be doing to be directly protecting those devices as well, and we'll get into that. So a little bit of fun for the end of the afternoon. I'm going to show you a video next. Hopefully the sound comes through. We just had to set this up again. What you're going to see is a little bit interesting. So it's somebody playing a keyboard. The keyboard is sending MIDI commands over the network to 3 variable speed drives or variable frequency drives. Those drives are actually had the firmware modified in the drives to overlay a data channel that's then being picked up by an AM radio, which is next to the drives. And so this was done to look into emanation of data from systems that are air-gapped. And so as you'll see, we can actually play a tune, go through the drives, emanate a AM signal out of the drives or radio signal out of the drives, and pick it up on an AM radio. So hopefully that came through okay. I want to show it's kind of fun, but it's also interesting to see what you can do when you do modify the firmware inside the devices. I mean, this is completely repurposing those drives for something which they were never meant to do. They're actually sending out a signal. It's also interesting, and it was triggered by some of the work around what can you do in air-gapped systems. And so in this case, it's getting data emanated out of an air-gapped system. So what we're going to talk about for the rest of today, embedded devices. So not PCs, not necessarily network infrastructure, although you do have a lot of embedded devices through an industrial control system. You have the network equipment, the remote access equipment, the radios, everything else. What we're going to focus on is down at the bottom layer here you see in the device network. This is where really a lot of those digital signals, the commands, the algorithms get translated into real world actions. And so we're looking at the PLCs, the RTUs, the network-based I/O systems, and smart end devices like the variable speed drives, protection relays, connected contactors, and things like that. We're not looking at this stage down below that at the standalone sensors and actuators, only really at the smart devices and the block I/O and the smart devices above them. We could have a very similar discussion about those sensors, and a lot of the things would apply, but there's a few nuances between the two. So we're going to stay at that device level. Now, there's a lot of security that comes in at the system level, isolation, protection between the layers, monitoring. But a lot of that peters out as you get down to those end devices, and that's what we're going to focus on. So first, I want to take a look at the different types of commands that can be sent across a network. And so we're going to break these down and go layer by layer, and what you can do with access to that layer. So if you're looking at the SCADA system, so for example, somebody comes in and they have remote access to a SCADA package or the HMI in the control room. So you have a remote desktop or something. You can affect the system, but there's a few limits on what you can do. The SCADA system typically is programmed to allow you to send certain commands down to change set points and things like that. A good SCADA system will be range checking a lot of those inputs. It'll be confirming some of the commands, but especially on the analogs, it's going to be range checking the inputs. Then additionally, those things can get range checked down in the devices as well. So what you can do in the SCADA system, it depends on the type of system, but for a lot of systems, there is a level of protection there by what's made available in the SCADA itself. There is some other things you can look at inside the SCADA. So there's tag debug interfaces and things when you can get in as an administrator and go into like a debug mode. That's going to definitely get noticed if somebody's jumping into that mode on a PC, but that does give you access to all the variables in the SCADA versus just the ones that are on the screen. Now, if you go down to the next level and you say, okay, I'm on the PC, which has the ability to talk to the end devices, I can send network commands or commands to variables over the network. Now, you're not necessarily limited to just what can be done inside the SCADA system. you can send all sorts of different writes down to different variables, different digitals to turn things on and off. Of course, you've got to know what's what. So as one step above the SCADA, you now have to start understanding what the variables do, which ones you should write to. But still, when you do send those down to the devices, they should be getting range checked in those devices as well. So for example, you can't send a crazy value to some drives because they'll be set with a limit on board that says maximum frequency is this, lowest frequency is this. They could have voltage limits. PLCs and RTUs will have limits on flow rates. They'll have limits on other types of analog inputs. They may also have limits that you can't start certain things unless other devices are in other positions. And so there is still a limit on what you can do if you have access to the network. Now, looking if you can pick up the engineering tools or the programming tools on those devices, you step up a level. So you have a deeper set of commands open. You can start modifying the device behavior. You can stop the device, reboot the device. Potentially, you can load firmware. You also get the ability to start forcing variables. So by forcing a variable, you can overwrite some of the range checking and some of the limits that are put in place by the application program. So this gives you a next level of ability to disrupt the system. But there is still going to be some checks on what you can do down at the firmware inside the device, and also in the engineering tools itself. The engineering tools don't always give you all the commands that you might want to access because it's a piece of software. If you're on that device that has engineering tool access to the end devices on a computer that has access, you can start looking at sending the engineering commands directly over the network. All of a sudden, this opens up a possibility to get into some debug commands, some hidden commands that are on the devices. You are still somewhat limited because you can only do commands that the device is going to accept. Now, if you start looking at the firmware level and you start modifying the firmware, this is where you can start to really play with the devices. I mean, you can see in that video where we completely changed what the device was doing. It was still running a variable speed drive or a motor, but it had a whole set of new functionality added to it. If you want to get down into the devices and make these types of changes, changing the firmware will let you do almost anything you want on them. Now, it does another thing as well. Modifying the application program or the variables is something that can be detected. Modifying the firmware could be potentially detected over the network, but once it's in there, the device is only going to report back what it's being told to report back. And so you can hide a lot deeper inside the firmware on a device than you can if you're just modifying the application program or on a PC. So definitely, I feel, and a lot of people are feeling, that looking at the firmware and attacking the firmware on some of those devices is where some of these attacks will be going. It gives you the ability to make changes which are not possible if you're at the levels above that. I know there's a project going on as well around good ways to program PLCs to bring more security to the applications and program SCADA. Some of the things I was talking about are things that should be getting into that program. Hopefully they are. So if we say that the goal is to get to and modify the firmware, is that definitely possible? Or is that possible? And I would say yes, definitely. I mean, you look at the system. I think we have to operate under the assumption or the way of thinking that systems will get compromised. I mean, it's like playing whack-a-mole. It's like plugging a hole in a wall. As soon as you plug up one way, somebody's going to find another way into the system. I mean, so we saw for a lot of the time devices that were exposed directly. Then we start to see that there's remote access systems that get compromised. The stolen credentials is coming through the IT systems. Now we start to see more and more supply chain attacks, or people talking about supply chain attacks where they're coming in earlier. The list goes on and on. No matter what you do, eventually somebody that is determined is going to find their way in. Now, if they do get in, do we really feel like they're going to go down to the device level? As I talked about before, the level of disruption you can cause changes very much depending on where you're able to send those commands to, how those commands get checked, and whether you're limited to the functionality which is already in the SCADA, the application program, or in the device itself. And you'll see some of the attacks going forward. In the chart there, I mean, I took that from some of the other people's presentations. It's pretty common knowledge that over the time, the attacks have started to move and they've started to look at the actual devices themselves. The feeling, or my feeling and some others, is that, yes, that's because they start to want to do things which are not possible in the devices if you're just sending commands from the SCADA. In some of the first attempts at wiping out the devices, that's fine. But as you start to get more malicious, you want to change that device's operation to start causing physical damage to the infrastructure. Recovering a system which is being programmed wrong, yes, causes damage, takes some time. Recovering a system where devices are damaged can take longer. Recovering a system where you start to do physical damage, you can start to get up into months before things can be replaced and recover. So systems will get compromised. Are the protections that we have in place at the moment enough? So definitely some of the protections that are there today are valuable. They do raise the bar. They do give you layers of protection and visibility about what's happening, but generally they don't go the full scope. So we're looking at things like firewalls, IDS and everything. People jump on the fact that you can have a deep packet inspection firewall at different layers. That's fine. But today we can't get a deep packet inspection firewall down into the devices themselves. Maybe there's one or two out there that have it, but in general, it's not there. Intrusion detection systems are monitoring the network all over. And there's some, you can be monitoring the operation on the PCs, maybe the switches, but you're not monitoring the operation down on the devices themselves. So you have a blind spot on the devices themselves. You're trying to infer what's happening to them based on what's happening on the control room and the PC level and what's happening on the network traffic, but you don't have direct visibility down to the devices. This is where I'm saying that the existing protections today provide a level of security. They do raise the bar, they do raise alarms, but they don't necessarily go far enough down into the devices. Now, if we go down, kind of take a sidestep for a second and say, what else is going on? I just want to jump into regulations a little bit. For me, definitely regulations have been too limited. They haven't been having the effect that we have. California, SB 327 or device security regulations really stirred up the industry. It made a lot of people, and I heard some of the other talks to say people were pulling devices, they were updating devices. But when you look at the level of security that was required by that, it was really low. I mean, there wasn't the level of security that you would see on a PC or a phone being required for that. There wasn't even the level of security that you might be seeing on a lot of other common devices. It was basically take out some of the backdoors, secure some of the protocols, but there wasn't really any requirement to block exploits on the devices themselves. When we go back to PCs and things, there is a lot of software and tools on PCs that are stopping people from building exploits and running those exploits on the PCs. SB 327 and a lot of the other regulations don't go that far yet. I know 62443 is starting to look into that, but it's still something that's not well used today. So I think regulations are coming, but they're going to be slow to drive people in this direction. So what that means is the devices are going to continue to include vulnerabilities. And I think we have to realize that devices are always going to include vulnerabilities. So if we look at the supply chain that comes into these devices, the number of libraries that are getting pulled into these devices, the number of libraries that are getting pulled into the operating systems on these devices, there's always going to be inherited vulnerabilities in there. The people coding these devices, they range in skill sets, they range in capabilities, especially when you start to get down to some of the libraries that you're including. And so I don't think we're ever going to reach the stage where we say devices are not going to have vulnerabilities in them. We can reduce it, we can do other things, but they will have vulnerabilities in them. And so there will be ways to exploit those devices. SDL, or Secure Development Lifecycle, gets talked about a lot, and I think it's a really good direction to be going in. And it forces you to clean out a lot of those vulnerabilities, update the devices, put security features into the devices, but SDL is very much dependent on the people that are doing it, especially around their skill set and their knowledge of what can be done. So if you look at some of the automotive regulations, they talk about the need to protect the system against anticipated threats or realistic, reasonable threats that are seen. Now, if the people are not aware about the types of threats that can, or the types of exploits that can be put onto these devices, then they're not necessarily going to protect against them. If they're not aware of how people do some of those attacks, then they're not necessarily going to put the protections in the right way. And this is why we balance at Red Balloon the research side and the product protection side. So I think SDL is great. It will lead to improvement over time. But again, it's not going to be perfect. You're all still going to have devices out there that have ways to get in them, have ways to start trying to compromise and change the device firmware. So if you say we can get into the networks or to the systems, we are going into the devices, how realistic is it to compromise the firmware? So you saw the variable speed drives, you saw what was done there. I can also tell you that at Red Balloon, we've been working a lot of different devices over the last 5 years. Every device that we've worked on, we've successfully been able to get remote code execution on those devices and modify the firmware on those devices. Whether it's PLCs, protection relays, BMS, drives, network and communications equipment, they all fall over if you put enough effort into them. So there's always a question about how much effort are people going to put in. In some cases, it's not a lot of effort. In other cases, yeah, it takes some effort. But there is people out there that are willing to do this, spend the time, and they will get into the devices. So the other thing that I want to look at on that is sometimes we say that the industrial control market is behind and we need to catch up to some of the other markets, especially the communications or telecom market. I can tell you that when we look into the telecom market, yeah, maybe it's better, but it doesn't mean those devices are perfect. It doesn't mean that we weren't able to get into those devices and get code and firmware modifications on those devices as well. So assuming that ICS market is going to move to a point where we're all good, I think is not realistic. So how do you get into some of those devices? Unfortunately, there's still backdoors. I mean, I say passwords, but it's really backdoors into the devices, especially for firmware upgrades and the engineering tools. And so, yeah, there is passwords. There's quite often hidden keys in the devices. There's a lot of time hidden commands, whether it's in the protocol itself, and it may not actually be up at the application level protocol. It can be down at the low level protocols as well. And then the other part is some of the parsing functions, some of the websites. I mean, you always find old operating systems, old web technology or homemade web technology in them. There's a lot of ways in there. That gets you onto the device, but also looking at the firmware security implementation. People say, okay, we need to secure the firmware. Let's put firmware signing on there. Let's put secure boot on there. We quite often see that the security implementation for the firmware itself is flawed. So when you look in somewhere that says, okay, we're going to sign the firmware, a big point is where are they checking that signature? Quite often you'll find that that signature gets checked when it's downloaded to the PC or it's checked in the engineering tool, and it's not actually checked when it arrives at the device. So in that case, it's pretty easy just to send the firmware or malicious firmware down to the device directly, bypassing the engineering tool. When you get the next step, they are actually checking the firmware when it arrives on the device. But often it's checked by the function that receives the firmware. So if the firmware comes in over, I don't know, a file transfer or a Modbus protocol or something, that triggers a check of the firmware. Once the firmware is checked, it's stored into the flash system and it's used. What's not checked is if you manage to get the firmware into that storage location by an alternate method. And so it's fairly easy to load firmware through a side path, get it onto the device and bypass the checks. Again, some devices do better. They check the firmware each time it boots up, but they're not necessarily checking the firmware when it's running inside the devices. So then it becomes possible to start compromising in memory and changing the modification in memory. next step that people look at is say, oh, hardware security could be a solution to this. And hardware security takes things a lot further. It makes things a lot more difficult. But hardware security features can be broken. And also they carry the second issue that if they're not implemented well, it can actually give them a tool to the attackers themselves. We've done some work compromising secure boot, compromising trust zone and things like that, and then utilizing some of those security features to move through the device or move further into the system. So what is possible on end devices? So system level protection, while it's not perfect, it does reduce the risk. The devices are having additional security features added, which is great, but we need to realize they're always going to remain imperfect at the firmware level. So there is technology that exists that goes the next step, and that's where I think we should be going as a market. So for example, we look at SBOM, software bill of materials. That's great, we know what's in there. We can patch those, but how are we minimizing what's there to make sure that any issues that are not known in the libraries yet, but get discovered later, are not actually in the device? How do we look at vulnerabilities in the devices that are not discovered today that can't be patched, or when they're not discovered, so they're not patched? How do we prevent exploits running on those, protecting them against future 0 days? And so there's technology there to stop malicious code from executing on those devices, stop memory from being modified on those devices. So the technology's been around for quite a while. It's being used in some places, but it hasn't really jumped over to the industrial control world. It has been proven, both through red teaming and through use for years. It's not just a single vendor solution. There's a couple of different vendors offering this type of protection. And so it is definitely available. So let me give you a quick example of what's there. So things like firmware hardening, so taking out some of the unneeded code, randomizing the code to make it more difficult to exploit. Runtime protection, looking at the memory, the heap, the stack, the data, looking at the control flow integrity or control flow protection, looking at functions that shouldn't be running, and looking at the processes, which processes are there, how the processes are spawning, and then looking at specific protections to certain areas of memory as well. So that's the type of technology that's available. That's where I do believe we should be going for industrial end devices. And the why is because I see more and more a desire to modify these types of devices to cause disruption. All right, I think we're pretty much on time. We'll wrap up and then we can jump over to the question and answer sessions.
Hope everybody is still so super excited. And as James also mentioned, this last one is going to be a very interesting one because it's going to be panel on supply chain risk and maturity. And we're going to have three really interesting speakers. Jake Margolis is a CISO at Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Jeremy Morgan, Principal Risk and Solution Consultant at Industrial Defender. Frank Hankes, Associate Director of Intelligence Program and a CRISP Manager at Electricity Information Sharing and Analytics Center, and is being moderated by no other than our James Nesbitt, the founder and the director of Cyber Senate. So without taking your time any more than that, I would like to just welcome you to the panel of the last day, for the day and the last panel of today. So enjoy it.
Okay, welcome back to the final session of the day, which is our panel on supply chain cyber security. Well, actually, it's supply chain risk and maturity. It's a cyber discussion, of course, but there's a few other things we're going to jump into here. Yes, we are joined here today by Jake Margolis, Metropolitan Water District of Southern California's Chief Information Security Officer. Welcome, Jake. Jeremy Morgan, Industrial Defender, Principal Risk and Solutions Consultant. Welcome, Jeremy.
Thank you.
And Frank Hankes, Electricity Information Sharing and Analysis Center, EISAC. He's the Associate Director of Intelligent Programs and CRISP Manager. So, welcome. So, to kick us off, supply chain risk and maturity. We had a warm-up discussion on this particular topic not long ago. And so I've decided to revise some of the information. But what we were talking about is, are we correctly or are we identifying risk in the supply chain? And the last time we met up, guys, it was stated that are we managing risk in the supply chain might be the more appropriate path to take as opposed to identifying it. So without further ado, Jeremy, let's start with you. Are we identifying managing risk in the supply chain?
I think things are better than they were, but I still think we have a long way to go, right? Like we've talked about this before. Most people, as they buy control systems and stuff, I used to work on the vendor side, used to do RFPs for these things, and oftentimes I was presented with like cloud risk assessments for vendor supply chain management and stuff. So I think yes, it's been identified, but I think our maturity and managing of the risk that's particular to anything being provided still kind of has a long way to go. The other thing is people just often, especially with ICS systems, really don't understand what they're buying. When I used to provide a patch management service as part of a vendor, as a control center vendor, and we had 280 top line titles. That's top line titles that are identifiable in like add remove programs across the control system. That doesn't include all the sub libraries and everything underneath it. So, I mean, I think we're even when we're just scratching the tip of the iceberg. And we have a long way to go to really nail it.
Okay. Jake.
Yes. Well, I would say there's we do have a long way to go, but I think there's also coming to peace with what you have no control over. And people will try to put in procurement language and says, hey, I'm going to make the vendor identify their subcontractor. And that's fair. You can do that. And you can make your prime vendor report to you when they have a cyber incident within 24 hours. And you can ask to see things like SOC 2 Type 2 audit reports and their security policy and on and on and on. But that's not going to help you if the vendor who takes out the trash for them is the one who's the start of the compromise. And we've seen that in 2018. Homeland Security did a phenomenal brief on how the parts of the U.S. energy grid were compromised with this idea of staging targets and intended targets, and how the attacker concentrically worked their way through the supply chain, if you will, to get to their target. You're going to have to accept that as a reality. And I think people have to start learning to take some ownership for their own resiliency. And that sounds harsh, and people would say, well, we already do that. We know that. But when you see the heartbreaking stories, and they are heartbreaking, a lot of it's wholly avoidable by you didn't have to pay the ransom if you had just tested your backups on a regular basis. Or you didn't have to fall victim to that if you just happened to have a plan for how you were going to identify the difference between break, fix, and an actual cyber incident, because you get alert and incident fatigue if you're constantly responding to everything at the same level. So I would say that there comes a point where you have to kind of look at resilience as the call to action, as your primary course of action for dealing with the supply chain. And then your second step for identifying that as we get better would be to developing a bench for common parts and things that you need regularly and that are commonly manufactured by multiple manufacturers. There's nothing wrong having a bench. In case one vendor's compromised, you can defer to another, kind of thing.
Okay. And Frank, can you comment from an information sharing perspective in your role?
Sure. So yeah, I agree with both Jeremy and Jake. There's plenty of room to do more in that in this area for securing the supply chain or assessing risk within it. There are initiatives underway, such as the Department of Energy's Citrix program, which takes hardware components and ICS-specific control system components, and then puts it through some type of rigor in order to derive whether any of the technology has been tampered with or anything like that. And they work directly with vendors. So, for example, they may just do an assessment to assess vulnerability of the device, and they'll supply that back to the vendor so the vendor can correct the issues and then publish. They also publish through the Department of Homeland Security. So CISA just published a product that came out of the Citrix program, and that was the General Electric vulnerabilities roughly about 2 weeks ago. So those are just examples, but they're not the end-all be-all. There's always more that can be done.
Super. Thank you. Previously, we discussed failure plans. So let's look at that a bit closer. Jake, can you kick us off? What should we be failure plans? Is it more of a robust strategy we were talking about? Is one accepting that that we're not going to be perfect, and that we should have a robust failure plan? Can you comment a little bit further on that as an asset owner?
Yeah, you kind of have to understand, well, first of all, as cybersecurity professionals, we need to engage the process control owners a little bit better than what we have in the past. We tend to think that it's IP, so we'll treat it like an IP network and we'll secure it as such, and that doesn't always work for the process controller. So we kind of have to do a little bit of a deeper dive and understand how their processes are supposed to run so we can plan to fail, so that we understand, is there a way to fail this process open, if you will, so it can continue to function without the underlying technology that's allowing the remote execution of that actuation, whether it's opening a valve or turning off a light switch or controlling something in manufacturing. We need to understand what that looks like. And then you kind of have to figure out, is there a way to provide redundancy in that failover path? Sometimes there's not, and that's where you kind of have to get to what's your most critical touch points. I used to hate the conversation when people, when I would be with a vendor and they'd say, hey, so what's your crown jewels that you're protecting? I'm going to say yes. That's just going to be the only answer I give them, because it just depends on the attacker's foothold. It's all equally valuable depending on the attack vector. And so I can't say that, but when it comes to a process control, there absolutely is kind of a crown jewel when you start talking about something that cannot have a redundant process by design. then you have a problem. Right? So if you have this process that takes hold and there's no way to replicate that with manual actuation or some other workaround, then you may have an issue and you have to identify those and do your risk management around that. But most things, they tend to have a manual component to them, because especially when you're talking about older parts of the critical infrastructure, they were built on existing platforms and they've added remote capability and convenience type technologies to deal with a diminishing workforce, et cetera, over years. So if you do a deep dive into this, they may not like it, but there may be an option where some poor soul has to get in a car and drive 3 hours to a location to flip a switch on something, but you have to identify that as a process. So you really have to do, I would say, realistic tabletop exercises. Don't do exercises where, okay, so this is what happened. We got this virus and it did this, this, and this. No, do something that's realistic, that's going to actually impact your processes and actually figure out what an attacker would want to do. Do they want to do ransomware that's just going to cripple you? That's happened. So those are the kind of things that we need to look at is what's the realistic scenario? And we have to accept, I'll come back to this on the failure plan. People will say, well, if I get ransomware, should I pay the ransom? I said, if you're talking about in the case of a nation state, they may not want a ransom. They may just launch it and leave your stuff encrypted and broken and leave you to deal with it. So there may not be an option. You definitely always have to come back to that worst case scenario and not plan to have that easy out. And again, that comes to realistic tabletop exercises. To build those, don't do them internally. Talk to your intelligence partners like the ISACs. They're happy to, I found that CIS as an extension of MS ISAC has been more than helpful to help out with some of those discussions. Your local law enforcement fusion centers, they're more than willing to help you develop those scenarios. In many states, you can engage the National Guard and the cyber protection teams under the National Guard, and they will be more than happy to help you generate realistic scenarios for what your tabletop exercises should look like, and then that's how your failure plan should be tested.
Okay. I'm going to move us along because I got a lot more questions. So, dear vendor, what are fair asks?
I assume that's pointed at me.
Yes.
No, I think Jake touched on it, right? Like, I mean, you can ask to see, like, I mean, like, you really need to understand what you're looking at, though, right? Like, it's not a one-size-fits-all risk assessment. Like, that's the problem I think we're struggling with right now is, like, we get an 800-page questionnaire and 95% of it doesn't apply to what I'm supplying, right? Like, it just doesn't. And that's a waste of my time. That's a waste of your time. It slows down the procurement process. I then have to explain to you how I don't have this type of, I don't have PII data. I don't have HIPAA data, right? Like we're just spinning our wheels doing that kind of stuff. So that's really where I think I draw the line is like, you do need to kind of, you almost have to have a flow chart up top saying like, is this like a on-premise control system? Then like, okay, then these are the questions we need to ask. And then you can ask about, where do I buy my parts? Like, how do I do my code verification? Have I had a third-party assessment against my code base? Like, all those things are completely fair and good to ask, right? But I think, do your due diligence and do your homework and understand who you're assessing, and then develop the right questions for that, for the person you're asking, right? Because filling out 500 questions and saying NA to 90% of it just doesn't help anybody.
Okay. And Frank, do you have an opinion on that?
So I'm just thinking back to circa 2010, 2011, when DHS, formerly when it was ICS CERT, they generated the suggested contract language to insert for basically provide vendors so that they can attempt to address any cybersecurity issues. And I mean, that was in the very beginning, in the infancy, and I think things have progressed. I definitely agree that getting a questionnaire, because we experience it in the CRISP program as well, of 100 questions and maybe only 5 of them are really pertain to what you're trying to do or your piece of it. So it's a matter of how much effort and time goes into answering the others or writing NA, like you said, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Okay. And Jake, do you have an opinion on this? What's fair ask? Kind of from the asset operational assembly.
Yeah, Yeah, I do. I do. And I think we have to be fair to the vendors and understand that what it is they're providing us. And so we'll try to do this one size fits all, like Jeremy said, or, hey, I'm going to throw my favorite one is when I've seen security professionals say, you need to follow the NIST 853 revision 4. Sure, like all of it, some of it, like how do you want me to follow that? What's the answer? And it's not very helpful. What's more helpful is to say, you're required to use my email system for all official correspondence, and you get a contractual requirement. That's more helpful because now there's a clear requirement, there's a service level agreement understanding, and I can hold the vendor financially accountable if they fail to meet that SLA. And so I think that becomes, and people think SLAs are adversarial, and they're not. They become terms of understanding between us and the vendor, and it actually allows for a better business relationship because we understand the rules as we go forward in building that partnership, as opposed to trying to get them to one size fits all.
It's funny you mentioned the email one because we get that a lot, right? Like, so it's you need to contact us within 24 hours of knowing that you've been breached, right? And then the first question I always ask is like, well, okay, but how? And then a lot of times you don't get a good satisfactory answer. They're like, well, I don't know. Like, I'm just in procurement. Like, I don't know that answer, right? And then, then you spend a day and a half just trying to figure out like who goes in that blank. And then how does that get managed over time, right? So that was a great example.
Absolutely.
How do we develop a resilient posture? Frank, you work with a lot of different operators of essential services through your job role. Is there a strong presence out there, a strong knowledge, a growing maturity on how to develop a resilient posture, or is this still very much specific to each organization?
I'd say it's both. There's definitely an understanding that resiliency is a key factor in any organization, especially from a utility, electric power utility perspective. I would say some utilities are more forward-leaning, or not even forward-leaning, but more, I would say, progressive. And the reason why is usually it comes down to funding. The resiliency is, in my thoughts, as a layered and integrated defense. In order to integrate or to create that, as well as the strategies and backup plans, it takes additional time and funding and personnel to put those things together. So there are individual utilities that I would say are far more progressed in generating those plans on the what ifs and the how tos, whereas other utilities that may be smaller or may not have the same war chest that a larger utility may have are still coming along, but it's not that they don't acknowledge that they need it. I think everyone, I would say collectively in the electric power industry, can appreciate the need for resiliency planning, especially given what they do, which is provide power to the United States.
Okay, let's hear from Jeremy and Jake on that particular question as well, from a vendor's perspective.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I think so. I think in control systems, especially, like we naturally, the engineering side definitely always thinks in resiliency, right? Like that's built into what a control system does most of the time, right? Like they understand, even to the point of putting in, like double current transducers and stuff to monitor, signals and voltages and that kind of stuff. So like they do that, right? And they build the system that I think we as ICS security professionals need to do a lot more homework onto what's there, right? And not overbuild control, like spend your money wisely where you need to spend it. Think through and have real honest conversations with them. But you should have right? But if they start doing crazy stuff, like wanting to connect the safety instrumented systems in with the rest of the control system, right? Like you need to start having honest conversations with them as a cybersecurity professional saying like, is that the most resilient standpoint, right? Like, because those are your last line of defense. Those are the things that save people's lives. So you really need to have those honest conversations. So I think it's coming together, bringing more of the security professionals in with the control engineers and having these conversations about real resiliency is what will really move that discussion forward, right? Like, because control engineers think about resiliency from a process standpoint, but they do not. They're still like they're starting to get better about it, but they're still, for a large part, like don't consider cybersecurity their job. So just able to bring that expertise in a way that understands what OT is about and what it's trying to get done will go much further into solving that problem.
Okay, Jake?
Oops. I would agree 100% with what Frank and Jeremy said, but I would kind of add that we need to get out of this idea for resiliency. And I hate this term. It's almost kind of morbid. We used to use it a lot, left of boom and right of boom. And they kind of stole that idea from this, the idea of what was going on with counterinsurgency back in the early 2000s. And, there is no left of boom. It's going to happen. You have to accept that the bad guy has a bigger day or a bigger vote in how your day is going to go than you do. You have to accept that. And quit trying to say, we're going to prevent the cyber attack. You do the best you can with your defenses, and that's the best that you can do. And as long as you're making a good faith effort and you are spending the money that you can afford to spend, you're putting the people that you can afford to put there, and you're getting the training that you can get done, then you're doing the best you can do to strengthen your resolve for your resiliency. But I would add that that means that you also have to change how you think about things. A lot of people are married to things like the Purdue model. I'm not saying it's wrong. This is not what this discussion's about, but they're married to it. Like, it has to fall under the Purdue model. So you can't have virtualization. You can't even entertain a discussion of IoT or some of these other things that may give you more robust capability. And there are secure ways to do everything. It's all about managing risk. And so if you're looking at what you're trying to get accomplished and you understand the processes, you can't say, no, absolutely not. And we have conflicting guidance on it. We have people that say, no, absolutely establish the air gap. Okay, well then how do I get my billing system to work? Well, okay, well then make a little hole in the air gap to pull to the historian, to pull to your financial system so you can generate an invoice. Okay, so then what? And then how do I send out invoices to them? And it just goes on, and you can end up in a rabbit hole. So I would say your resiliency needs to plan for thinking a little bit beyond what we know today and just being a little bit open-minded. But more importantly, it's about making sure that we're making that good faith effort to understand what we have in place. And that the second part of that would be planning to modernize as we go along down the process. Yeah. So incrementally modernizing our systems.
Okay. We also talked a little bit about organizational accountability previously. So can we just dive into that briefly? We have 6 or 7 minutes left. So a few last points. We discussed previously that money was a great enforcement tool, as mentioned in the last call. That how are we going to pre-qualify products? And also was this organizational accountability. So in the last remaining minutes, if we could just touch on that a little bit, on organizational accountability. Jeremy, can you start us off?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody needs to have their foot in this game, right? Like we talked about this before, OT versus IT, and now the convergence story and all that good stuff. But at the end of the day, everybody's got their foot in this game. But I think everybody needs to have some skin in the game. Security is not just IT's problem, right? Like it's OT's problem. OT needs to understand that, but then they're also going to need some budget and stuff for that, right? Like maybe it makes sense to put someone embedded in that organization who's dotted line to one or the other, right? Like, I mean, and no one likes dual reporting relationships, but like that may be the answer for your organization, and you need to be open to it. Because without it, like we'll never move past it, right? Like, because there are just things you don't know. Like as a control professional, you don't learn about cybersecurity. You don't learn about all the little things that you do. But as a cybersecurity professional, you also don't learn about how to build a control system, right? Like so, I go into things, and like when I walk like a factory floor and I see a new device on a factory floor, like my first instinct is to freak out and tell them no because I don't know about it, and you need to rip it out until we do a 2-year study, right? Like, and you can't just do that, right? So having people more integrated and talking, and then, giving the freedom for people to do that and move between those organizations and stuff. I think that's the other big thing is like, I think people are always afraid if I go try something new, will I be able to come back? If I don't like it, if I, that kind of stuff. And I think, so allowing people to kind of move and embed themselves within organizations while having some safety factor around that, exploring that and learning and educating themselves, I think is a really good idea to kind of help, because we have a huge supply shortage, right? Like you can't just pump out OT security professionals overnight, right? Like I developed my skill set over 20 years. So giving people, and it's because I had freedom to explore, right? Like I had good bosses who'd let me go try something and say, if it doesn't work out, come back, right? Like we'll find something for you, right? Like, so I was able to jump that bridge and go from IT audit into the OT compliance realm, and then, kind of evolve my career from there. And so without that, I probably wouldn't be here. So stuff like that, I think really, really helps. And that only comes from up top, right? Like you have to have, department heads and stuff who agree to that kind of swapping and stuff and saying like, this is important to build this knowledge base.
Okay. Frank, organizational accountability.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything Jeremy just said. It's there's no one individual or one group that should be the sole responsible entity. Cybersecurity, I mean, we do it on the IT side. Cybersecurity is a shared risk across HR, and it's shared, everybody has a piece of the game. So it's similar on the OT side, between IT and OT, as well as other organizational entities. I mean, if you want to properly secure a control system environment that's connected somehow, whether it's through VPN or some other means to the internet, then there's certain protocols and funding that needs to come in order to ensure that environment's secure. So it's a shared responsibility for the asset owner internally for their OT department that manages that control system. They have a piece of that pie. There's the IT component or the cybersecurity component that predominantly has resided in IT, but from an OT perspective is a necessity now, especially in this current time of COVID. There's a legal requirement from the whatever general counsel they have, financial. There's a piece of that pie. It's a shared collective risk or shared collective responsibility to support this. That I don't see, especially in this time of COVID, and I think of all the folks that are remote working. It's even more important now to have it understood and to implement proper cybersecurity posturing.
Okay, thank you. 2 minutes left. Jake, can you cap organizational accountability in 2 minutes?
I could do it in one word. It's called governance. You need to have governance of the process. And I think what tends to happen in organizations is we're trying to, for lack of a better description, throw spaghetti on the wall and see what sticks. We're looking for the silver bullet technology. We're trying to hire that ace service that has the best engineers that can fix our problem for us. But when you ask somebody how a piece of technology gets onto your network, they can't answer the question. And governance is something as simple as like, hey, I want to buy Plotter X. Well, we don't own Plotter X, we buy Plotter Y, but I like Plotter X. Well, then take it to a change board and get it approved. Otherwise, go buy Plotter Y. People need to learn, and governance is really about what I call the Burger King doctrine. You don't get to have it your way. It's not Burger King. When you come in, the organization sets rules for how things function, and how things get reported. And that's what it really kind of comes down to. And governance in cybersecurity is hard. It's hard because either the office of the security officer is either in IT or some other place in the organization. And so there's a little bit of a different difficulty there. OT people typically don't fall into the IT chain, so you have a difference of discussion on who's managing what. And then there's another complexity that tends to happen in these organizations is sometimes their cybersecurity guy, their COO, and their IT administrator are one and the same guy, depending on the size of the system that you're operating. So we can talk governance at a heavy level and say, you're supposed to do these things. But if you're a small utility in the middle of the country, that's going to be that you might as well have said you have to get $1 million budget to fix a problem to them. Because trying to do an administrative hurdle to say how things are supposed to function when an organization's small, it's not going to make sense. But I think that's what people have to understand, that process is important. We say it all the time, people, process, and technology, but we say it flippantly, I think, as professionals. And instead of saying that flippantly, we need to really understand that people's one. It's not a triad like like the confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad. No, there's an order. People first, then we deal with the process that people can manage and handle, and then technology should fit into there somehow based on the staff that we have and the processes that we have in place, because technology is supposed to be an enabler or a force multiplier. And we're trying to use technology as a solution, not a force multiplier. I think that's where governance comes into play. Did I do it in 2 minutes? Did I get it, James?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. And the time has come to close the show. So that's our supply chain maturity 30-minute panel discussion. There's a lot more we could talk about. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 8:15, and we'll hear from Jake and Frank tomorrow. So thank you, gentlemen. Greatly appreciate it. And have a good day. I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a wrap for today. I do want to thank everybody for joining us and for folks getting involved, sticking around, and your input. It's been a fantastic 2 days so far. We have one more day to go. Some fantastic presentations and panel discussions tomorrow on OT cybersecurity management. We also have a fantastic panel on building management cybersecurity tomorrow. We will open tomorrow morning at 8:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's so you can arrange meetings and meet each other and do a bit of networking, and then we'll kick off at 9 a.m. Great day. I just want to thank all of our speakers. I do want to thank all of our sponsors, McKinsey & Company, Fortinet, Industrial Defender, Red Balloon Security, Omicron, Trend Micro, Verve, and Waterfall Security Solutions for supporting this. And a lot of great things came out of today, you know. Some things that are sticking in my mind at this point, although there was a lot of content to absorb, we have recorded a lot of this, just so you know. One thing that Jake had brought up in one of our pre-conference calls was that we are in the business of managing risk. Somebody had told him that when he was serving, that we are in the business of managing risk. And I think that's very appropriate for this industry. We are in the business of managing risk. There is no silver bullet, and we all have to work together. As Fortinet actually said today as well, teamwork is extremely important, and collaboration. I think that it was a really poignant element as well in what Michael Furstenberg also said to me a little earlier. People, process, and technology. Where does the money go? Something to think about. People, process, or technology. Where does the money go? So I quite enjoyed that. Some great points. We'll be back tomorrow to explore how we can further develop our resiliency as a community, how we can take these thoughts and these learnings and this information back to hopefully create some actionable intelligence and share with our colleagues in our workforce. Until then, have a good day, have a good evening, stay safe, and we will see you tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. Many thanks.